Mic check. Mic check. Perfect, perfect. All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. All right, today's Monday, June 24th. Jumping into things here. Obviously, we're all observing that crypto and semiconductors are under a bit of pressure today. You do have the SOXX pushing slightly lower. So that's certainly interesting. Obviously, NVDA gapping down right now. So NVIDIA is trading below that 124 prior day low. Any sort of recapture of prior day low on NVIDIA can lead to a little bit more bullish price. If we stay below that, I think that there's shorts all the way down. But if you get back above prior day low, I'm looking for a retest back to that pre-market high. Now the thing about the S&P here, the SPY ETF, is there's a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Neckline is from this low pivot from Friday, June 24th, connecting through here. And then simultaneously, if we break that pivot, you have a head and shoulders that takes us down to about 535 on the SPY ETF. I'm going to be watching these parallel channels. If we might continue to chop inside of these ranges if we get rejected at prior day low. That's the big level I'm watching on the S&P. If you look at the QQQ, QQQ is actually struggling. QQQ's triggered a head and shoulders right now. It hasn't confirmed it, but you can see there's a mini pattern on the 10-minute chart, and then you have a little bit of more of a major one. The major target takes us all the way down to 470. That puts us into that major gap window. So again, QQQ is showing a little bit more relative weakness, and that's a problem. Never a good sign for the equity markets when the Qs are actually leading the charts to the downside. The only positive that I see in the market right now is the fact that small caps are actually showing some signs of life. So IWM is seeing a bit of capital rotation. You have had oil roll over back to the negative side. It was briefly positive. Nat gas struggling a touch here. That's down by 0.78%. The yields are kind of flat, so that does prove an area of opportunity for small caps to actually build off of this rally. Take QQX dividend. Thank you, Bart. So yeah, I mean, we could see the IWM keep pushing and rallying all day long, with especially if there's a whole host of liquidity coming out of the NASDAQ or QQQ market. That leaves a large portion of capital able to rotate into small caps, and it doesn't take much small caps to much money to leave the NASDAQ to influence small caps in a pretty big way. So, you know, in the short term, I am slightly more bullish on IWM. It could probably retest around 202. That could even happen today. But over the longer medium term, I do think that this small cap rally will likely get faded as well. All right, I'm actually looking at Bitcoin. I'm looking at entering a long on MSTR. I do like this 1400 area. If we dip below 1400, I might consider a long on MSTR as a day trade. So looking for MSTR on the long side. So we'll continue to watch the Q since they are the leading indice at the moment. But just recognize they are triggering that head and shoulders, so we'll see if they get bought up off of the lows. Again, Bitcoin has had a stunning fall from grace here. It's been actually under significant pressure. BTC has fulfilled some of my near-term downside targets, and you can see you're backtesting this pretty key level here on BTC. Take a look at that little trend line. Pivot to pivot to pivot. If you lose this, take a look at our next stop, 56K. Now, there's a little bit of support layered in there. I actually have some other charts as well on BTC that's very interesting. So BTC at the moment is coming up into this previous little consolidation range where you broke out. Obviously, this little neckline back test still is a little bit away, but this is enough of a fall in BTC to actually get some sort of a technical bounce intraday. I do think that there's a chance that we can try to push up at some point, so I do like MSTR on the long side. It's just a matter of, is this the bottom on Bitcoin, or are we going to go back to about 60K? Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, guys. So yeah, last week we crushed it. It was a stunning week. And we're in a scenario here where oil's rolled back over to the negative side. Nat gas is negative. And you've actually had the Dixie roll over pretty sharply. It's down 0.3% at the moment. So I think that there's a chance that this market could get bought up. I know there's a bearish pattern on the Qs, a potential forming on the SPY, but there's a chance that these markets can get an intraday bounce on the long side. Okay, there is a chance. You are seeing Tesla continuing to try to build some momentum. Again, it is trying to stage a little bit of a near-term breakout on TSLA. SOXS is looking to try to break out of a inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. So we're going to continue to watch the semiconductor bear ETF. And again, guys, I'm looking for those Tesla looks retest low from last. I don't know. I think Tesla's going to continue to push here. It's green in the pre-market. It's showing strength as the Nasdaq is coming under pressure. So I think there's a strong chance that Tesla can actually build off of this momentum. It's one of those S&P 500 stocks that are so oversold that it has a great chance here. And again, obviously we're riding 185 calls. We already took profits on half the position on Friday when it came into this resistance, and now it's looking to break through there. So I think those calls can and will likely get in the money today. So 185 calls on Tesla that we bought on Friday are looking pretty juicy from my opinion. Sorry, it's Thursday we bought them. Golden cross on the daily chart of Chewy. Thank you. Just remember though, typically when you get a golden cross, institutions use that indicator as a sell signal. So the golden cross on Chewy daily chart, typically they do sell into that little signal. So if we've put on the daily 200 and the 50, yeah, you're about to get that golden cross. Nat gas is getting it too, right? So Nat gas is another example where that golden cross is happening. It's actually just happened. And look what's happening, right? As we're getting that golden cross, which happened on Friday, it's now being sold into. So just recognize that, yes, it's a bullish signal, the golden cross, but it often results in near-term selling before the medium and long-term price appreciation. All right, so just scrolling through a few things here. We do have the 10-year yield slightly green, S&P negative, QQQ down by 0.36%. The IWM is positive by 0.14%. SOXS is up by 2.44%. You have strength in EQT, Biogen, Valero, Intel's green, NVDA down 2.43%. Bitcoin down by 3.36% at the moment. You have some strength coming into the solar plays. SunPower's green. XOM holding steady. Apple's green in the pre-market. ARM's down by a couple percent. MicroStrategy down by 5.78. Guys, that's going to be my long play on the day trade side. MicroStrategy. Tesla's pushing at 184. That's up 0.5%. So again, you're seeing a nice divergence in Tesla. And there's a reason why I've been looking over utility charts, and a lot of the electric utility companies are all set to break out here right alongside Tesla. Is it a coincidence that electrical utility stocks are trying to break out, and same thing with Tesla? I don't think so. I think there's a nice little correlation there in the market, and I'm also looking at those utility names. SRE, CEG, AES has a nice move in the pre-market. And guys, I still am holding that QQQ common shares short from earlier in the week. Again, I know we got run over when the Qs made that huge parabolic spike. I held through it. My average at 481.16, just common shares, so I do have that position still being held. You know, I might look to cover half at the open. There's a potential downside target of 476 today. I don't think this head and shoulders on the 10-minute is going to play out right away. That would be too easy. So I think there might be a little bit of a buy the dip in the morning, especially with risk in the market via small caps seeing some positive rotation. I think that's an area where you're going to see some investors say, you know what, there's some risk appetite in the market with small caps being positive. So again, I'm looking at MSTR here, guys. I'm going to be going long MSTR. Just waiting to see what Bitcoin does here at this key trend line. If it holds it or if it breaks it. But the QQQ is set to struggle here a little bit. But NVIDIA is looking quite heavy here still. I do think NVIDIA is probably going to get a bounce very shortly. You know, your 20-day moving average is sitting at 120.4. So that's a little area of interest, but I do think we can get a bounce before that. You know, if NVIDIA retests that pre-market low when the regular trading hours open around 122.54, there's probably a little bit of a buy opportunity just for a scalp. Also just scanning and scrolling through the charts, but really I do like some of the crypto stocks. Bitcoin's extremely oversold intraday. That should see a bounce here. It should see a bounce. So I mean, Coinbase, you look at Coin, that's had a nice fall, gapping down this morning. It's trading at 217. Its daily 100 moving average is at 217.56. So likely we're probably going to get a bid through that zone. We're seeing the VIX also potentially forming. The VIX is at a precarious spot here, and when the VIX is at a precarious spot, it means the market is also potentially at a precarious spot. What I mean by that is you're actually seeing the UVXY potentially forming a very, very large and powerful inverse head and shoulders pattern. So UVXY is potentially forming a very large inverse head and shoulders. It has not triggered it, but it's certainly, I think, going to try to trigger it in the near term. So we got to watch that VIX, because if that breaks out of that inverse head and shoulders, and you can really see it on the 4-hour time frame, that's what I'm looking at it. You can also make a case it's forming on the daily, but it's not quite ready on the daily. But if we get that trigger on the 4-hour time frame, you know, that UVXY is telling us that some sort of volatility event is going to occur, which spikes us pretty drastically to about 29.42. Again, I don't know what it is. We never know, but we just got to look at some of these patterns. All right, guys, so I think Tesla's on watch for a nice little rotation continuation. I do think NVDA is going to stage a bit of a bounce at some point intraday. I would like to take it at pre-market low. And then MSTR, even at this 1400 area, looks appetizing. I do think so. It's just a matter of if Bitcoin's going to hold this area here. So I'm just watching Bitcoin. QQQ still getting sold into here. We have about 20 minutes till the open. Nice to see our ARM position working out well. That's really good. Microsoft is seeing some minor touch of selling in the pre-market. Google's green. Meta's seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market itself. Amazon's seeing a little bit of weakness, but really NVIDIA and semiconductors are the ones lagging things here. If I just scroll through my charts here, your mega cap strength, really Meta and Google. So your communication-based ETFs are seeing some resiliency at the moment. Also, healthcare is seeing some rotation. United Health, J&J, JP Morgan's green, XOM is green, Chevron's green. That's good to see. AVGO Broadcom, that's struggling. AMD's down about 1%. So just based off of momentum today, small caps, guys, I'm going to look at some of these high short interest names when the Russell's strong and seeing a little bit more relative strength compared to the Qs. You want to look at those names because it means that investors are probably going to try to bid up. And small caps do have the backdrop of yields and the dollar being soft. And I don't think there's really any data that's going to influence yields too drastically in the near term. That semiconductor bear ETF is going for the low of day on the SOXX, testing that prior day low. So that's also a very bearish sign. QQQ is continuing to fall here, guys. So we're seeing more sell side pressure hitting the tape. Good to see Intel's at least holding steady for the time being. SOXS is trying to break out of that inverse head and shoulders pattern. So the semiconductor bear ETF seeing a nice bid here. Quite a nice bid. All right, guys, I'm just going to start a small position here in MSTR, 1397.72. Just went long MSTR. Day trade long. This is a 1/4 entry. Recognize we could see an opening flush as well. Sorry, 1397.94 I got filled at. Should have been a little bit lower, but that's the first entry on MSTR long. So I'm long MSTR here, just common shares. We are playing it. So we are long MSTR, 1/4 position, guys. 1/4 position. Okay. So looking for a bit of a bounce in some of these crypto equities. Oil still coming down. Dixie's making new lows. That does support Bitcoin to hold the trend line and bounce. I would add to my MSTR position basically every $10 to $15. All right, so we're long MSTR 1397 and 94 cents. Coinbase again is also looking like an opportunity, but I prefer MSTR, just purely tracking BTC more so. Good morning everybody. Tesla 185 calls. I'll be looking to pare back some profits on that name if we push into that 185 zone on our Tesla 185 calls that we took on Thursday. So at the moment, long MSTR, holding Tesla calls, still holding my QQQ short at 481.16 from last week, way earlier in the week. BTC's breaching 61K area right now, so it is starting to see some more selling. So just be aware that we could flush a little bit at the open. We could flush in BTC and MicroStrategy. So again, I'll be looking to add to my position every about $10 lower on MicroStrategy. We have about 12 minutes till the open here. Oil taking a bit of a dump here. Semiconductor bear ETF still testing that neckline. Small caps still showing some resiliency. They are triggering a little bit of a breakout. There's an inverse head and shoulders on the IWM that can be played on the long side. But the question is, do we see a quick bounce in the Qs, pullback in the Russell at the open, and then a fade on the Qs and a bounce in the Russell? So let's see. But the Russell's upside target is 202.06. 202.06. And that could happen today. Yields are soft, dollar soft. So that could absolutely happen today on the Russell. It's a day trade, Bart. It's a day trade. It's not at the swing level yet. This is just a day trade scalp. Recognize Bitcoin's under pressure. Bitcoin's not at the swing trade level either yet, in my opinion. Although we have taken profits on our shorts, it's still not at the swing trade. At least for me, it's not. I mean, it might be for a long-term hodler. Obviously, for a long-term hodler, when Bitcoin's pulled back, over the last few sessions from the high of, almost 72,000, Bitcoin's now had a drop from its high pivot of just under 72K to the low. It's about a 15-16% pullback that BTC has had. So it's a nice move lower that Bitcoin has had. You can see MSTR is going lower. Again, my next add level is going to be 1387, 1377, and then 1367. So every $10 lower. All right. QQQ trying to bounce a little bit. You're still seeing Tesla's almost at 185, guys. So again, I'm going to be looking at Tesla. I'm going to look to secure some profits when those 185 calls get in the money. I repeat, I'll look to secure some more profits. All right, get ready for this market open in roughly 9 minutes. Again, we are already long MSTR, expecting a bounce in crypto. Bitcoin currently down over 3.5%. Oil's seeing a pretty sharp fall here on oil. Pretty sharp fall on oil. Quite interesting there. Quite interesting. And we'll see. I think it might be a short the pop kind of day. Any sort of a pop we get in the QQQ and main indices, I think it could be a short. Nice little reversal on Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin back above 61K. So nice little reversal. Coming back into the picture here. Tesla is at 185 almost, guys. Those calls are looking to get in the money at the open. Holy. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, guys. Nice. This is perfect. Semis are getting hit. Tesla longs are working. MSTR. This should see a nice little bounce off of the open. I repeat, MSTR should see. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Again, we're long MSTR, 1/4 position at 1397.94. 1397.94. NVDA is still trading under 124. Again, watching that 124.30 prior day low on NVIDIA. QQQ major resistance will be your prior day low at 479.62. Same thing with your SPY, ETF. Bitcoin seeing a nice little reversal. Good morning, trader. 586. Again, we are seeing Bitcoin making a nice little reversal here on the 5-minute chart. Bullish engulfing candle on the 5-minute chart here for BTC. So look at that. Nice little reversal. MSTR getting some heavy volume in the pre-market. This should pump, guys. This should pump. All right, we are long already. And you can see I'm looking for 2 targets on MSTR. I actually have 3 targets. Prior day low, target 1, 1439, target 2, and then target 3 is that gap fill. If for some reason Bitcoin wants to have a really sizable rally and reversal. MicroStrategy back above 1400 now, so that's beautiful to see. It's really beautiful to see. Side, beautiful little candle reversal there. 10-minute engulfing potential. We did get the 5-minute engulfing candle. Let's see if we get a continuation bid. All right, I'm going to flip back to the QQQ. Nat Gas is trying to catch a small bid here. That's actually flipped green at the moment. Nat Gas seeing a little bit of buyers. All right, so we're set to open in about 4 minutes. Any final questions, guys? Feel free to put them in the chat. but we are long MSTR, still holding a QQQ short at 481.16. I'm looking to cover half of my QQQ short at the open. Looking to cover half, and we're riding this MSTR long. And another area of opportunity that I'm looking at is those utility stocks. You know, it's quite, and I'm also looking to take profits on my Tesla 185 calls. That's a member trade, so if those calls get in the money, I'll be seeing what they're priced at the open and looking to take some profits. BTC still seeing a nice continuation. Nice continuation commencing. Again, the Dixie's soft today, so are the yields. So that does enable small caps to continue to move. I am interested in getting long the IWM, but I want to see a tiny pullback. I think the Qs may get a bit off of the open. Russell could get a small pullback, and then it may flip where the Russell has a little bit of a trend up day and the Qs maybe see some more downside. So there might be an opportunity where we long the IWM, short the Qs, but I'm not shorting the Qs at the very kind of low of the session here, because I do think that there's going to be some traders that probably pile into NVDA at the open, because typically when NVIDIA's gap down and it's been under pressure intraday, it usually gets a nice little bit at the open. Probably is a decent area right at this 123 area, realizing that it could probably go to about 122 today. So I mean, there is a good risk to reward zone here for NVDA on the long side, even though I still think that there's more downside and still holding a swing short. I do think that for a day trade scalp, which is what we're doing here in the live day trade room, it provides a good risk to reward. BTC still moving up, and interestingly, MicroStrategy kind of moving down here. So I do think that we could see a small flush at the open on MicroStrategy before a bigger rally ensues, but Bitcoin's seeing a nice little reversal in the 10-minute chart. It's gaining some momentum now. So I'm going to add at 1387, 1377 if need be. It's basically every $10. All right, guys, we're set to open here very shortly. I'm also looking at securing some profits on my Tesla 185 calls, but I'll call it out. Again, QQQ has triggered a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Pretty big one. The question is, do we get bid up, and does it try to negate this head and shoulders? And the markets are open here. MicroStrategy, come on, keep pushing up here. Look at the big bid in MSTR. We are long off 1397.94, looking for quite a bit more upside. We're seeing NVIDIA tapping pre-market low. That's a good area of risk to reward. A very good area. Tesla 185 calls are in the money, guys. And I'm still holding. I repeat, Tesla 185 calls are in the money. Deeply in the money. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Go, Tesla, go. Look at MicroStrategy. Look at Tesla. Come on, baby. All right, guys. I just closed my Tesla 185 calls at 445 a contract. 445 a contract. Boom. Wonderful little trade there, and I did just cover half of my QQQ short. Beautiful little trades there. Still riding along on MicroStrategy. Look at that. Beautiful little trade there on Tesla, guys. Still holding my MicroStrategy. I still think there's quite a bit more upside. BTC still climbing here, guys. I'm still long MicroStrategy. I'm still going to hold it. I did cover half my QQQ, secured Tesla profits, but I think we're going to get some more. A lot of volume here on MicroStrategy. Bitcoin's still trying to push higher here. Apple catching a nice little bid. IWM's getting faded, so I'm going to look for an entry on the Russell 2000. I repeat, I'll look for an entry on the Russell 2000, but it's not yet. I mean, it does have a nice little spike to 201, pulled back quite sharply here. BTC still looking quite firm, which is why I think MicroStrategy is still going to push up here. Nice little move on MSTR, guys. We're up about 1.3% and climbing. I repeat, 1.3% and climbing. We are coming up into this first little resistance. That's a prior day low from a few days ago on Friday. Sorry, that would be your Thursday prior day low, not Friday. Friday's prior day low is 1409. You can see the QQQ getting bid up here in the near term. I'm still holding long. I'm going to look for my first target on MSTR at this 1439 pivot. 1439 is my first target, profit target. Look at Tesla go, guys. Holy, look at Bitcoin. Look at MicroStrategy go. We are long. We are strong. Beautiful little trades. Intel's trying to break out. Look at MicroStrategy, guys. Why? My, oh my. Beautiful little move in BTC. Beautiful move. Look at that. Coinbase getting a nice bid. Look at MicroStrategy go, guys. Holy. Oh my, oh my. It's trying to almost go green there. Alright guys, I just trimmed a third of my MicroStrategy. Beautiful little profits. I'm trimming it a little bit because it's just having a huge push. Trimmed a small touch. I'll trim a little bit more at 1439 and then move stops up. But what a trade, guys. That everyone should have been able to catch that. Everyone should have been able to catch that, guys. MicroStrategy could try to go, you know, I don't know if it'd go green. It's a big feat, but it could. It could. Good morning, Daisy May. Welcome. Tuning in all the way from Macedonia, I believe you said you were. Crazy time change. But a nice little trade on MicroStrategy. I'm still holding the bulk of my position. Intel's ripping here. Tesla at 186. Wow. Wow, quite extraordinary. Macy struggling. I want to see Macy break down at some point. NVDA, huge bid in NVIDIA. A little bit of a new intraday high on MicroStrategy. Again, I'm still holding my MSTR, guys. I've only sold a touch of the position, but I'm looking for 1439 tap. I repeat, a 1439 tap on MSTR. Gets me somewhat interested. MSTR, come on, hit that 1439, guys. We're up about 2.4% and climbing. Bitcoin's trading at 61.5. It's only down right now about 2.7%. Tesla's just absolutely flying here. GameStop's gone green. MSTR taking a bit of a breather. You're still seeing now Google coming down. Meta's trying to firm up. NVDA is still trying to push higher here. It's still down a couple percent though. Russell 2000's making another move higher. Come on, MSTR, keep pushing. The QQQ should get one more little push. Tesla's absolutely ripping, but Microsoft, Google are breaking down here. That's a bit of a problem. A lot of red on the screen at the moment, but there's a lot of pockets of strength. You're seeing marijuana stocks are firming up here, so that might be an area of opportunity with small caps pushing. I am seeing CGC absolutely flying here. That's trying to make a nice little move. Semiconductors are still seeing some more downward pressure at the moment. Let's see our biggest movers in the market. Your top gain is CF Industries, FMC, Tesla, Mosaic, Meta. Your decliners are seen in SMCI getting hit, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, ResMed, Monolithic Power. Again, the QQQ is getting faded here, looking to go a little bit lower. MSTR is still trying to press. You're seeing Bitcoin at 61.3. Microsoft's looking very heavy. That's now down 0.5%. Apple's turned green. That's trying to firm up here in the near term. Canopy Growth testing $7. That's up about 2% now. Let's see what else. GME has gone back to the negative side. Mara is still negative. Bitcoin seeing a touch of selling. Still holding my MSTR, looking for another move higher. I do think we should get it. We trimmed a touch of the position around that 1432 area and still holding the bulk of it. Bitcoin seeing some selling at the moment. NVIDIA is still trying to get above prior day low, but seeing some rejection in the near term. The Russell's just continuing to push here. MSTR is trying to make another little push. Again, 1439 is the next TP. 1439 is the next target price. What else we got going on in the markets right now? ACN, WBA trying to break out. VIX is being slightly faded. Seeing a little bit more strength coming back into the Qs. Sector performance right now, XLK down the most. Staples, real estate utilities struggling. Your strength in XLE, that's outperforming. Your transports are also outperforming. Dow Jones Transports. Oil's trying to make another reversal. That's gone back to the green side. So you're seeing the likes of XOM trying to potentially trigger an hourly inverse head and shoulders pattern, guys, on XOM. Guys, I just exited my full MSTR. I'm seeing a little bit of a distribution coming into Bitcoin again. I exited my full MSTR. I repeat, my full MSTR. Nice little trade there on MSTR, guys. Nice little trade. Everyone should have caught that. We had that at the open. I might try to take a stab at the SOXL. I repeat, I might try to take a stab at the SOXL. Nat gas and oil continuing to push. Solar stock seeing a bit of a bid higher here in the near term. Again, I'm all out. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stab at SOXL here. It's high risk because the Qs are breaking down. I'm looking for a prior day low here. Looking for a prior day low entry, 5603. I'll enter. So at the moment, Apple, NVDA, Microsoft, AMD, SMCI, they're all negative. Russell's seeing some strength, another new high of day for the Russell 2000. Again, that full MSTR position was sold. If we move back down to prior day low at 1409 on MSTR, I might take another entry. Intel is getting hit hard at the moment. Meta is still trying to firm up here. That's up almost 2% on the session. And taking a look at some of your market movers and top gainers on the session today. We're seeing the QQQ continuing to go lower here, guys. QQQ is continuing. So I'm looking at an entry on this SOXL. Alright guys, I just entered SOXL there. 5603. 5603. So again, we're long at 5603 SOXL at prior day low entry. QQQ is flushing here though. Next add I will do is around 55.53, basically every 50 cents lower. You're seeing energy still remaining strong. It's great for our XOM. Let's take a look at ARM. How's ARM doing today? Yeah, ARM's getting hit hard again. It's good to see. Meta's continuing to push here. Let's flip back to the charts here. Again, I'm holding an SOXL long, 1/4 entry. We'll add every 50 cents. And I entered at that prior day low. Let's see if the QQQ wants to get a bit of a bounce here. The Russell's taking a small breather here. Semiconductors are seeing some really harsh downward pressure. NVIDIA breaking pre-market low. So NVIDIA is looking exceptionally heavy at the moment. NVIDIA is breaking this market's back at the moment. Run calls printed. Yes, they did. Yes, they did indeed. Solar stocks obviously moving quite nicely. Next add level on my semiconductor play is at 55 bucks here. 55 bucks I will add. Alright guys, I just added there at 55.01. 55.01. Average is 55.48. I am losing on the semiconductor trade, but that's okay. We have not really had a bounce yet in the indices. We've already taken profits on MSTR, and we're looking for a bit of a pounce. I have one more entry on the semiconductor. SOXL is at 55.50. That would be my final entry. My average is sitting at 55.48 on SOXL. QQQ still going lower here. We also took a massive win on Tesla calls. The 185 calls printed and went in the money. Congrats if you took that with us. Semis are trying to bounce a little bit here. NVIDIA is under pre-market low though, so that's never a good sign. QQQ is already down 0.6. The SPY just turned negative, and the Russell's still at 0.68%. Seeing a little bit of a bid coming into the UVXY. MicroStrategy still down about 4%. The SOXX is up, down about 1.6. SOXS is almost up 5% on the session. And again, the SOXS has broken out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Good to see our position now green. Let's see if we can pull some profits out of this SOX long trade. Yes, SOX long, Ram. We are long SOX long. There we go. We're basically now in the money slightly on our SOX position. We're in the money slightly on our SOX position. Come on, semis, push. Let's get a nice little rally here. Seeing a nice little push, still trying to creep back into the indices here. QQQ firming up nicely. Semiconductors are also firming up. You're coming up into that prior day low on the SOXL. That will be some resistance. MicroStrategy and Bitcoin are still trying to press. Apple's pushing for a new high of day. QQQ, big push coming into the Qs at the moment. Really considerable push. Some of those high short interest names like Rumble, Upstart, they're seeing some nice price action. Solar stocks seeing some nice price action. Tesla's trying to push higher here. Meta's seeing a little bit of selling. Nat gas is firmed up quite nicely. That's looking to press for that prior day high at 287. Oil itself is also maintaining that $81 level like a champion. Commodities are really saying, no way. Central banks are getting more accommodative, cutting rates. Let's start bottoming. All right, nice push there in SOXL. We're deep in the money, guys. I'm looking for more. I'm still holding. I'm looking for more on the semis. Does look like the Qs are trying to give it a nice facelift higher here. The dollar's going lower. Again, if you're wanting to trim a little bit on the SOXL, this is the area, but I'm still holding. I'm looking for more. I think that there's still some pretty oversold conditions in NVDA, at least intraday, where we could press this a little bit more on the long side. The question is now on this SOXL, are we going to form a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders to rally? MicroStrategy pushing at 1444. So that was a nice trade that everyone should have caught with us. ARM seeing a little bit more selling. NVIDIA still down almost 3% on the session for NVDA. And NVIDIA is trying to recapture pre-market low. It is above it at the moment, but it's under its prior day low. So it's still technically in a bit of a bearish formation, which is why the Qs are struggling here. But now the question is, are the Qs pulling back to create a little mini right shoulder? If they are, we'll have a neckline zone from this little high pivot. But if you can get back above prior day low, they're going to try to push it for the neckline tap. And just as they got everyone bared up, probably on the put side of this head and shoulders, institutions love that, right? They love triggering a bear pattern, people piling on the short side, and then they rip it back up to test the neckline. They get people shaken out, and then they could rip it back down. We'll see what happens here. Prior day low is a big area for the QQQ. You still have the S&P and Russell green. The Russell's actually fulfilled its upside target, guys. I did not even get an entry on the Russell. But the Russell hit that 202 target and then some. So that IWM is just flying to the high side at the moment. Quite extraordinary. Let's see if the Qs want to recapture a little bit of these losses here. XOM is trying to break out of an hourly inverse head and shoulders pattern. Come on, semis. Push a little bit more. Push a little bit more. Come on. Where's my profit target on these SOXL? Is right at this 56.79, this green dotted line. That's where I have it priced in as a big area. We've already pulled profits on Tesla calls that went in the money. We've already pulled profits on MicroStrategy. Everyone should have caught MSTR. All members should have caught Tesla. That was a beautiful trade. All right, I'm going to look at some of these. Wow, look at Trump's ticker DJT. I didn't even realize that thing is pumping. Holy, up 13.5%. What the heck is happening there, guys? Anyone have news on Trump? Did they arrest him? I guess it's ahead of the debate. Is there I guess there's a debate coming, so that's why people are probably expecting Trump to, I guess, run the gambit there on Biden. QQQ still trying to break out here. Potential little inverse head and shoulders. If we break out of here, this little upside target takes us to about, call it 480.5, and that turns us green, guys. That turns us green on the session. SOXL firming up nicely, guys. It's trying to push. Come on, hit that 56.80, 56.79 target. QQQ has broken out here in the near term. It doesn't mean it has to fulfill the full upside move to 480.6, but the neckline is going to be a big area. This little gap and neckline is going to be a big area. We're seeing NVIDIA trying to hold its pre-market low at 122.50. That's still down 2.95%. So if NVIDIA tries to rally here along with some of the other semis, you know, there's still strength in this market through the S&P being green. So if semis catch a bit of a bid here, it should lift the entire equity market here. Semis are obviously under pressure, but the SPY still has a lot of strength. A lot of strength in the S&P. And then obviously strength in the Russell. Look at the utility ETF. Every single utility on the XLU is green. Wow. Wow. SCCO ripping. Beautiful little long trade there with members. So we're still seeing semis push here, guys. Semiconductors are pushing. QQQ trying to turn the corner and go green. Question is, can they? Alright guys, I'm all out of my SOXL. I just took profits there. Profit target hit. I'm all out for a lovely little gain. Boom. Just like that, guys. Just like that. Beautiful little trade. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright, back to the drawing board here. I do think that we're going to get into a situation where we short this market again. But let's just see where this next entry is going to be. So again, everyone should have hit that profit target. It hit. It's because there's still pockets of strength. You have to look at the weighting of the SOXX, right? SOXS is still up 2.46%. You know, it's tied to the SOXX, right? Just recognize that it's tied to, each ETF is tied to its underlying ETF, right? The SOXS is the levered play tied to the SOXX. You look at the weighting in SOXX, and there's a bunch of different stocks that influence things. Solar stock seeing a bit of a decline here. Dixie's still falling, guys. Yields are still soft. VIX is still showing some strength. Again, everyone should have been able to take some profits there on the SOXS. QQQ seeing a little bit of distribution. Let's look at NVIDIA's chart now, since that is lagging in the mega cap space. It is still trying to firm up here. just recognize that NVIDIA is under its prior day low. And if we lose this pre-market low, if you lose pre-market low on NVIDIA, that's not a good sign. Oil, nat gas still pushing. Bitcoin's seeing a nice little push. Anyway, you could check up on SPX. Yeah, for sure, Jake. I'll take a look. So the S&P obviously showing bullish price action above prior day high. I'm looking for a back test to that area where bulls should defend it. That's where I would look for a back test to the prior day high before entering long. Still think there's a chance that this market's going to reverse and sell lower. But in the short term, we've obviously moved higher here. If we look at the daily chart of the S&P or the SPX, nice bounce off of that support. You are coming up into probably a retrace. Nice little retrace zone. You can see the 618 is sitting at 54.85. That's probably a short area for the SPX, which we actually just pretty much tapped. So the SPX is into a short zone here. Watch for sellers. Buyers need to defend prior day high here on the SPX, or else we run the risk of losing a lot of these gains. You're seeing more distribution coming into the semis now. Nat gas pushing, oil pushing. Those two factors don't help the equity markets. Energy stocks being strong does not help equity markets, I repeat. GME back to the negative side. Tesla's up 2.3. SoFi seeing a bid. Apple's up 0.6. Ford's up 2.6. Pfizer seeing some green today. Tesla's now starting to weaken, guys. At some point, the Dixie is likely going to try to catch a bid here, and that might be a problem for the equity markets. Qs are still negative. I'm looking at some put options on the Qs, guys. Looking at some put options on the Qs. Amazon's ripping. Microsoft, new all-time high on Microsoft. Wow, quite extraordinary. Microsoft looks like it wants 454. So it's a tough QQQ market to short when Microsoft's just ripping. But again, you're seeing some distribution now coming back into the semis. If Microsoft hits 454.40, I'm going to short the heck out of it with large size. Yeah, 0DT on the Qs. I'm looking at a 478 put, guys. Looking at a 478 put. But I'm just wanting Microsoft to weaken here because Microsoft's now into new uncharted territory. And it is trying to firm up even more. Tesla seeing some weakness. Energy stocks still pushing. Look at the SPX go, guys. SPX is still ripping. QQQ is trying to turn green here. Now approaching that neckline and that gap fill. There should be some sellers here. But at the moment, it's still acting resilient. Nat gas stocks performing well. ARM is still weak on the session. NVDA is seeing a nice press here. Alright guys, high risk trade. I just went into a 478 put on the Qs, filled at 56 cents. 478 put on the Qs, filled at 58 cents. Sorry, 56 cents. A 478 put, please size for loss if you're going into this. The IWM seeing a little bit of sellers at the moment. Again, 202.06 was my upside target on the Russell. Again, we're in a QQQ 478 put at 56 cents a contract. The VIX is being faded slightly. Nat gas is now up 1.16. You still have your bear ETF on the semis up 2.94. NVIDIA is firmed up nicely. It's only down 2.39. Still stuck under that prior day low. Let's take a look at the IWM here. Small cap still maintaining bullish structure here. Looks to be consolidating. Again, the problem though in this market, guys, is NVIDIA. NVIDIA and semis are still seeing some distribution. NVIDIA is still stuck under prior day low as the Qs are above prior day low. Notice the relative weakness in NVIDIA. Under prior day low, QQQ above prior day. These puts are now working in favor for us. They're up to 70 cents here, guys. I just sold half, guys. I just cleared half of the position. That's 70 cents there. Lovely 19.6% gain. Please put a break-even stop on the 478 put. So my break-even stop is at 56 cents a contract. My break-even stop is at 56 cents a contract. Nice little trade there, guys. All right, so let's see what else is happening here in the equities. Any other opportunities presenting themselves? You're seeing the SOXS trying to get back above its prior day high. So again, semiconductor bear ETF is trying to get back above prior day high. Look at the Qs falling sharper now. QQQ is starting to come down. Nice little move down, guys. Nice little move down in the Qs. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Let's see if we can get these 478s in the money. My next sell target, guys, on the QQQ puts, I'll trim another half if we retest prior day low. I'm telling you in advance, if we retest prior day low, I would look to trim a little bit more. Microsoft's still acting well, Meta acting well, Google acting well, Tesla's acting well, but coming in from the highs a touch here. Oil's still pressing, oil's now ripping. It's almost up 0.7%, looking like it wants to press even higher. XOM's broken out. Nat gas is breaking out above prior day high. This is a problem for equity markets because now you're also seeing the dollar trying to reverse. So not only do you have inflationary aspects getting pushed in through the energy trade, but you're now seeing the dollar trying to put in a nice reversal off this 105.40 area. NVDA curling back lower. Still seeing the Qs maintaining some structure here, trying to press off of Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta strength. Again, I have a break even on those 478 puts at 56 cents. The contracts are almost there, so I do not want to let this trade go against me. Just because we've executed a beautiful win on Tesla, beautiful win on MicroStrategy, beautiful win on the semiconductor long. We printed it, so we're 4 of 4 so far in the live day trading room today. And members, we had that beautiful little Tesla position. Again, so I'm seeing some interesting price action. You know, the Trump ticker's up 17% now. That's insane. That is insane. DJT is going on a run. Nice little decline there in the Qs, guys. Those contracts are now pushing. They're at 77 cents. Again, prior day low is where I'm looking to trim. Another half, guys. Prior day low. Be ready. Be ready. We were pushed all the way up to 77 cents there, Con. Again, my average is at 56. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Get ready. Wow. Trump's ticker is a monster, guys. DJT is just a monster. This thing could potentially want to hit 38 bucks today on some sort of a massive squeeze. And the problem with this ticker, I mean, what's crazy about this ticker is, like, when you look at money, there's a lot of investors, institutional funds that invest with Democrats, they invest with Republicans. So when you see a ticker like DJT, which I know has a whole host of amount of Democratic short interest just for the sake of shorting the stock because they don't support Trump, you run into this scenario where if there's some sort of a news catalyst which is pushing this, it causes these stocks to absolutely squeeze. You know, I mean, the country's certainly divided between Republicans and Dems in the States, and the problem is you just have a lot of Democrats that will short the heck out of the DJT ticker just for the sake of doing so. Look at the Qs. I just trimmed there, guys. I just trimmed there at 85 cents. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I sold half. Please, again, move your stops to break even if you want or in the money. But just recognize that I trimmed there. That was a beautiful little 63% trim zone there at 85 cents. Again, I'm still going to maintain a break-even stop loss on the trade. So everyone should have caught that with us. Everybody should have caught that with us. That was stunning price action in the Qs. Stunning. Let's look at this Donald Trump ticker here. Trump Media. I bet he's a happy camper today. Utility stocks are absolutely flying, guys. Flying to the high side. All right, so now we're at a scenario where they're defending prior day low on the QQQ, as you can see. So are we going to run into now a scenario where we push back up to this neckline and then get rejected? I still think there's a short to pop mentality today in the overall equity markets. That's how I see it. Again, you still have a lot of weakness in the QQQ. Dixie's still trying to firm up here. Apple's pressing, which is going to help the Qs. QQQ seeing a nice little bid higher here. Guys, I'm going to look to play MicroStrategy again. I am going to look at MicroStrategy long again. Thoughts on mRNA for a swing long? Look to be bouncing off the 50-day. I'll pull it up on my other screen. Just give me a sec there, Paul. Yeah, so that's up nicely, 1.69%. Yeah, you could get a short-term rally, but it's technically for me not ready for a swing yet. I mean, you could get a bounce here back up to say 145, 144, but me personally speaking, it's not quite ready in my opinion. Can't say it's not that it's not going to work here, but I have a little bit of a lower level where I would like to enter, personally speaking. If I were to take the trade, just give me a second, I'll isolate my exact level down here that I would like to take it at. My level's around 120, between 128 and 127.85. So around 127.85. I have a weekly EMA 113 sitting there, and I have a nice little Fibonacci retrace zone. So around 128, I would like to take that. I would prefer there, in my opinion. But I mean, it could work. It absolutely could work, for sure. All right, Tesla's seeing some more selling. Apple's still pressing new high of day. At the moment, NVDA is still down 3.41%, losing pre-market low. Never a good sign. Never a good sign for the equity markets. What's this GRAB doing? It's at 2 million volume. CCL is seeing some volume. Intel's weak still. Very interesting. Okay, does look like the Qs want to defend here, but if they lose that prior day low, it's not going to be a good price action for these equity markets. Not be good price action. The Dixie's making another move higher here. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Solar stocks are still ripping. Max and Solar going for another high of day. QQQ still trying to press here. Bitcoin trying to bounce itself. The Russell's almost up 1% on the session. QQQ down a quarter. Guys, I just shorted the IWM. You can use the RWM. I actually went long the RWM. So I went long the RWM at 21.15. 21.15. Basically, if the Russell tries to break out here of this little area, I'll look to exit, but I'm long RWM at 21.15. It's a short on the Russell, levered play short on the Russell. The reason I'm picking that is I think that we're going to see now a broad rotation come out of the market. Weird action on Chewy, big bounce. Let's take a look at Chewy real quick. That golden cross you told us about. Yeah, really big bounce. Wow, look at that. But again, I still think Chewy's going to come lower. Typically the golden cross gets sold into, but it has had a nice breakout. I think we get another back test of your next support level. You can see the semis are actually weakening again. The Russell, so far, we're positioned nicely to benefit from a nice decline in the Russell. You can see the Russell has this bullish wedge pattern that is potentially breaking to the downside. So this might be a little failed bull pattern on the Russell. Let's flip back to the Qs. And the Russell target could retest its pre-market high. Look at that move. Nice little move down. No problem, Paul. You're welcome. You're welcome. So we have a short on the IWM via RWM. It's not really moving with the IWM right now, but it will play catch up most likely. Nice move down in the Russell, guys. The Russells continue to fall. QQQ is now below that prior day low. Again, those puts are still printing for us. I just have runners left on the table. 478s are looking to get in the money for us on the QQQ 478 puts. Contracts are now almost a double at $1. I'm going to leave them running here. I think 478s are going to get in the money here, guys. NVDA, new low. NVIDIA making a new low, guys. Beautiful price action. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, guys, I am going to look to close these puts when they get in the money. The QQQ 478 puts, I will look to close them right here. QQQ 478s just went in the money, guys. They just went in the money, and I closed it at $1.16. I am all out of my QQQ 478 put. Beautiful. That's a stunning little trade. Nice job if you caught that with us. 478 puts in there. Still holding my Russell short via the RWM. So on the final remaining there, that was 123% gain. Look at the Qs fall. Everyone should have caught that with us. Nice decline in the equity markets. Semiconductor bear ETF shooting up here. Still have oil strong, nat gas taking a bit of a breather. ARM is going for a new low of day. That's now down 4.29%. Wow, look at the market selling, guys. Look at this selling. Look at the Russell go, guys. Look at the Qs go. This is an area where the Qs should try to bounce, but I'm not stepping in front of the long side. No way. Not me. Wow, look at NVDA, guys. NVIDIA now down 4.55%. Our trade on the SOXS is now green with members. Beautiful. Russell's getting a nice little bounce here. QQQ bouncing. Look where the QQQ just hit, guys. Let me go to the extended hours. Take a look while we're bouncing here. Pre-market low. Now, if we lose pre-market low, oof, it opens up a downward move all the way down to 470, guys. Believe it or not. There's a potential down move today on the Qs. It's not what I'm betting on, but you would be surprised. We have not had a 2% down day in the QQQ in forever. Actually, I think this is one of our longest runs ever. Russell's getting a nice bid here. QQQ bouncing sharply. So again, I'm just now sitting. We're basically 5 for 5 at the moment, and just sitting patiently. I still think the Russell's setting up for another decline. QQQ could be forming a little bit of another head and shoulders intraday. We've already triggered one bear pattern, but definitely looking like a short to pop kind of day. I'm not chasing NVIDIA. No. You know, NVIDIA has had a nice 3-bar surge into the daily 20 moving average, so that's what you're hitting right now on NVIDIA. So there is definitely some support here. You would favor a bounce, but the market is still struggling, especially the Qs. I mean, the SPY's green, Russell's green, but I think all three indices by the end of the day are going to be red. I think the Qs are going to stay red. I think the SPY is going to go red. And I think the Russell's going to go maybe not red, but flat. But I would not be surprised if all of the indices go red. We're seeing a lot of selling take place. All right, let's see what else we got going on in the equity markets here, guys. In terms of sector performance, let's just run through things quickly with you guys. So every sector is green today except for technology. So you can see that even though capital is fleeing the markets in the Qs with sheer force, every other sector in the market is green, with financials outperforming, regionals outperforming, Dow Jones Transport's outperforming. But the problem here is I still think that capital may start to flee the S&P as well. S&P is still extended. The Russell's obviously in a little bit of a world of its own today because capital's looking to bid up some undervalued stocks. Big bounce in the Qs. Really big bounce. Now, what I think could happen here, guys, is a rotation back into the tech semis because you're more oversold intraday in some of these larger cap stocks. And the question is, are we going to see the Russell break down now that people look to pile back into the semis? But the Russell's moving back up here in the near term. There might be a long trade on MSTR again, guys. MSTR is looking interesting at this 1414 area. I want to see it retest 1409. It did get defended there once, just in the last few minutes. Russell's catching a nice bid. It's trying to push higher here in the near term. This would be an area to short the Qs back at your prior day low. I'm not going to short it just yet, but it would be the technical short zone. I'm just sticking with the Russell at this point. It is trying to move up here. QQQ seeing a little bit of sellers. Dang saying opening a position in NVD. That's the long, right? NVD is the long times 2, right? Or is that the short? Is that the short? I can't recall if I thought it was NVDS, but yeah, so NVD is the long. So you're going long NVIDIA here. Just be careful. I mean, you could get it if you're staying under pre-market low 122.54. That's troublesome for NVIDIA. Troublesome. I mean, you are hitting the daily chart support, so I understand it's a good area, but we're still technically under. I mean, you're bottom picking it, which you're probably going to get rewarded. I mean, there should be a bounce here. The Russell's having a huge move back to the high side. Really big move back up. Tesla back testing that prior day high. Big spot for the Qs. Russell, I might actually exit my Russell position here for a small loss because you're getting some buying pressure in small caps here. Big volume coming in. The question is, do we back test now, create a right shoulder on the IWM, which gives us a neckline to trade against? So Russell 2000's moving up in sheer force. So big buy pressure coming into the IWM. Dang. The NVD is not short. It's a long ETF. NVD, I'm pretty sure NVD is long, isn't it? Oh, no, you're right. It is 2 times short. Sorry, you're right. 2 times short. My apologies. All right, let's see if this is a fake breakout in the Russell. You can see rejection there. QQQ getting hammered. QQQ setting up a little head and shoulders pattern here, guys. And you can see that if we break this little neckline, we have a new downward target on the Qs, guys. Pretty big downward move. Takes us all the way to 474. And look at that selling. That's NVIDIA for you. Look at that. Whoa. Whoa. Microsoft's now breaking down, so this could put the Qs, additional pressure on the Qs. Guys, I'm looking at exiting my Russell short if we get above this key trend line. MicroStrategy new low. I have a big level on the semiconductor long ETF, the SOXL, guys. I have a really big level on the SOXL. It's around the 54 level. It's around the 54 level. Yeah, NVDA is short NVIDIA. Tesla breaking down. SOXS is making another move higher here. MicroStrategy going lower. That's almost back down to the lows. I might take MicroStrategy again. I'm watching it closely. New low of day on NVIDIA there, guys. New low of day on NVIDIA. QQQ triggering a head and shoulders here, guys. Look at this bear price action. Still holding my Russell short, which you're green. I'm looking to take a long on this NVIDIA, though, and the semiconductor. Qs are breaking down here. Microsoft's now selling hard. Big breakdown in the Qs, guys. Big breakdown in the Qs. All right, guys. I just went long NVDA. I just went long NVIDIA. 120.06. 120.06. Whoa, breaking down crazy there on NVIDIA. Again, I'm long 120.06, 1/4 position on NVIDIA. It is even falling now. Next ad level is at 119. Look at the selling coming into NVIDIA. So our swing short with members is now in the money on our NVIDIA. It is still trying to go lower here. I'm going to add at 119 on the long side. Basically, every dollar I'll add to NVIDIA. Coming up into the next target here on NVDA. Big bounce coming into NVIDIA. Okay, so my target on NVIDIA, guys, is a retest back to 121. 121 retest, that's my target on NVIDIA. I think we're going to get a retest, but these markets are absolutely getting bludgeoned at the moment. Again, we took a long on NVDA at 120.06. I'm still holding my Russell short, but looking to probably get out of this position. Okay, NVIDIA is starting to firm up here. There's a potential falling wedge pattern on NVIDIA chart. There is a potential falling wedge pattern. Come on, let's push back up to 121 on NVIDIA. Meta getting hit really hard. Apple's still pushing at the highs. Microsoft's still coming down. SOXS is still pushing and trying to break out higher here. QQQ still seeing some distribution. Head and shoulders target is around 474.50. Dixie's still trying to firm up here. The hourly chart of NVIDIA is getting extremely oversold on the RSI. You are putting in now a positive bullish divergence on the 10-minute RSI of NVIDIA. Doesn't mean it has to bounce here, but I would even expect a retest of that 20-day moving average on NVIDIA, which is obviously at 121.18. But we're going lower here on NVDA. We're going lower. NVIDIA is now down 5.78%. QQQ is looking heavy here. ARM is getting clapped. Utility stocks still performing well. XOM still performing well. Guys, I just added to my NVIDIA at 119.01. We're even breaching that level right now. My average is now sitting at 119.64. Members, I just covered my NVIDIA short. Next ad level NVIDIA is coming up into play. And then I do have an SOXL long entry, guys. That's coming up. SOXL. It's coming up into this area, this 54.10 area, guys, on SOXL. Looks juicy. Russell's now participating in the downside action. Amazon seeing more selling. Google's now reversing. Come on, NVIDIA. Get us back to this target. I still have a 121 target in mind on NVIDIA. It's definitely been bludgeoned here intraday. Look at the market. Intel's still in the red because the market, I mean, it obviously hasn't been able to bounce yet because the market is still weak, weaker than ever. So, I mean, it's still a weak stock, right? Doesn't guarantee that we're seeing capital rotate, doesn't guarantee a bounce. You know, there's a lot of blood in the Qs, a lot of blood in the SOXX. Intel does not have the SOXX helping it, does not have the Qs helping it. The SPY is looking to potentially almost go negative here. Solar stock still ripping. SCCO is still performing well. Tesla's now gone red on the session. Wow, can you believe that, eh? Tesla red. I do, but you look at the daily chart of NVIDIA, it's had a nice 3-bar surge. It's getting a little exhausted. And remember, this is the first pullback from an all-time high price. Typically the first pullback, a lot of people like to buy it. And you've pierced the 20-day moving average on a 3-bar daily surge. And it's not a mini sell-off that has occurred. You know, from the NVIDIA high reversal to the low today, we're talking about a 16% fall in 3 sessions. It's a pretty big down move. So just intraday, I'm expecting a bit of a bounce, which we can always reshort. We can always reshort. Again, the market doesn't like to go down in a straight line because market makers don't make as much money when they just make it one direction. They like to have it chop. They like to have it bounce. They like to flip-flop each way because they know algorithmic trading, which is Wall Street's bread and butter, they destroy us at every single turn. We can't execute orders as fast as all these algorithms that are trading hundreds of orders instantly, different stocks. So they know that. So why they want it to flush it, flush pump, or vice versa, you know, they want to, it ebbs and flows the market. It can't go down directly in one straight line. As NVIDIA and SMCI are some of the top decliners in the S&P right now. QQQ still looking to go lower here, but the question is, are we going to get a small bounce here before Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you got to secure those profits. You're welcome, Dang Dang. You're welcome. And I mean, it's at a full round trip. It makes me want to almost take that same trade again. I don't even know what those calls are priced at. But let's take a quick peek. NVIDIA seeing a nice little move higher here. Just like that, NVIDIA is taking us back to break even there. Good to see. Again, Tesla might be at an area here where we could go long. But it's not good that Tesla gave up everything. You know, when the stock was breaking out and now gone negative, that's not a good sign. All right, guys, NVIDIA is pushing here. We're back into the green. And there is a falling wedge pattern on the NVIDIA chart that I'm eyeing up here. It's actually on the NVDL chart. So I like to always watch the levered plays too, although they're very similar, slight differences. But NVDL chart is actually trying to stage a bit of a falling wedge pattern breakout. So that could suggest a move on NVDL up to about 68.20, which would probably put NVIDIA at 121.66. Guys, I'm going to take a break even here on the RWM. Just going to stop out of the trade, RWM. Yeah, MSTR at 1400. Looks enticing, right? I'd go long MSTR again if it makes a new low of day. So good little exit there on the break even on the IWM, because look at it push. MSCR getting a nice little pop. Oil and nat gas taking a breather. QQQ pushing through NVIDIA's strength. Again, we're in the green now on NVIDIA, but I'm looking for more. You know, your daily 20 moving average on NVIDIA, I think that's where we're probably going to backtest. That's sitting at 121.21. So keep your eye on that 121.21 area on NVIDIA. QQQ looks like it wants to backtest its pre-market low at 477.55. So take a look at the QQQ. Pre-market low, neckline zone. Nice push in the Qs there. Really good push. Bitcoin seeing a nice little bid. The Qs look like they want more, guys. They do look like they want more. NVIDIA is still down 4.87, but bouncing nicely into its first Fibonacci area. I still have a 121 target, guys. 121 target. QQQ back above that neckline. $121.21 is your 20-day moving average. Apple new high. Google Metal trying to bounce. Dixie still trying to bounce, retesting its prior day low. So the Dixie's at a big spot too. QQQ seeing some sellers at that pre-market low. Sell side pressure being observed from Meta, Google, a little bit in NVIDIA. Guys, be careful with Bitcoin here. If it breaks this area around 61.2, you could have a flush to about 60K. So be careful with Bitcoin. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to set up an inverse head and shoulders here. You have your left shoulder, your head. Let's see if this carves out a right shoulder. So we now have a little neckline potential to trade against. And if that were to trigger and break to the upside, which it's not guaranteed, as you can see, it's coming right back down. You can see that NVIDIA could retest 123, and it would still be under prior day low. But for now, I'm seeing some selling. Apple new high of day. QQQ still trying to push a little bit here. The Russell's up 1% now, going for another potential new high. Basically back to the flat line on our NVIDIA long. XOM oil is still trying to press higher. That's going for 81.60 at the moment. Still have a nice positive bullish divergence on the NVIDIA 10-minute intraday chart. Still an extremely oversold condition intraday. I repeat, intraday only. Trying to put in a potential hourly bottoming tail for NVIDIA. There's still 26 minutes left in the candle. So I think that for the next 26 minutes, NVIDIA is going to see some buy pressure. And that would give us an hourly bottoming tail. So just recognize that the Qs and NVIDIA and semis are pulling back from an all-time high price, right? You recognize that? That there's going to be dip buyers. There's going to be dip buyers. But it's been a nice 3-bar surge. Yeah, I mean, this is an area on a risk-to-reward basis. It's an area. It's definitely an area for Tesla, but I just am skeptical because now you run into a scenario where what we've seen over the last several months is obviously Tesla's been kind of dead money. You know, I mean, obviously if you caught the earnings low, you've done well, but you've still seeing, since semis are oversold more intraday, specifically NVIDIA, I still think we could run into a scenario where people just want to keep chasing NVIDIA, right? It's still that beloved AI tech. It's still growing at an exceptional rate. Don't get me wrong. It's a quality stock. But the question is, are people going to... This is the first major pullback in NVIDIA, and I know it's going to get bought up. 3-bar surge into the 20-day moving average. That's a clean technical setup. And it's not a small 3-bar surge. It's a big one with really consecutive gap downs, right? You look at the reversal, you had another gap down and then another gap down. So it's perfectly technically set up for a technical bounce here. I don't know how high we're going to go. It just depends on how much momentum is left in this potential bull market. But you could easily get a 50% retrace on NVIDIA up to about 125, 126 over the next couple sessions, providing the data doesn't influence yields in the dollar in a big way. But right now, semis are definitely under pressure. You have triggered bearish price action on the SOXX. But we're just in for an intraday opportunity here. That's all I'm looking for. And we're flat on the trade. QQQ is still trying to recapture that pre-market low. No real technical breakout just yet on the NVIDIA chart. Still trying though. It's still trying. And again, this would put our position, if we were to win this day trade, If NVIDIA rallies where to this target, that's another 2.9% win, $3.47 move. It would still put NVIDIA down about 3% on the session, or 2% actually. It would put it down 2% on the session. Nat gas and oil still continuing to press here. QQQ is at a little inflection point here, needs to hold. Trying to also form a bit of a bull pattern. Microsoft is bumping its prior day high. You have Google still maintaining positive price structure. Meta, Apple still trying to firm up. Tesla's now getting going. Wow, that DJT is now up 20%. GME catching a small bid here, guys. So GameStop is also catching a nice little bid. Utilities still looking bullish. QQQ coming back down now. Guys, I'm looking for MicroStrategy to make a new low of day. I will look to play that one on the long side again, but it needs to make a new low of day. Come on, NVIDIA. Push, push, push. Give us a nice little push. QQQ, though, still seeing some distribution. That's a problem. Oil's still trying to press higher here. QQQ seeing more sellers. Where's the selling coming from? Apple seeing a bit of selling. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of selling. Semis are still seeing a little bit of selling. Nice push in NVIDIA. Come on, give it to us. You know you want it. Guys, NVIDIA is trying to lift the Qs here. Defending it at pre-market low. They're trying at least. Come on, NVIDIA. Take us to the next level. All right, guys. So the profit target one on NVIDIA is that 20-day moving average. I would highly encourage you have a daily chart window that's sitting at 121.24. 121.24. I could even see us pushing to this second Fibonacci level really quickly, but triggering this little inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA takes us to a max upside of 123.11. Nice continuation. We are long NVIDIA. Oil is going for 81.75. Look at XOM, guys, up 2.25%. I wish I played more call options. Shit. That was given to us on silver. I mean, we're still long with common shares, so I can't be too greedy, but wow. Ooh, energy front. That energy trade, hey guys, has been a gift that keeps on giving. Wow. Mobileye trying to turn the corner and go green. Friggin' Macy's is kicking my ass, that put position. Come on, NVIDIA, keep doing it. Keep doing it. QQQ trying to break out above its pre-market low. Next resistance on the Qs is that prior day low. Again, hourly bottoming tail on NVIDIA is forming. There's still 17 minutes left in the candle, and we almost have an hourly bottoming tail. So that is pointing to a little bit more higher price just in the near term, guys, just in the near term. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling. It could push MicroStrategy over the edge here. MicroStrategy's pre-market low is 1391 even. 1391 even. Do you want my long level on MSTR, my next day tradable level, guys? I'm just firming it up here, isolating it down to the penny. Just give me a second. All right, guys, my next long level on MSTR is 1375 and 46 cents. 1375. Okay, I'll look for an entry on MSTR at 1375. And it's going to be a 1/4 position, which I'll add to every $10 or so. Come on, NVIDIA. I know you got more. I know you got more in you. Come on. Don't be. You're not done. You're not done. Come on. You're still down 4.93%. You're going to rally. QQQ's only down 0.5%, guys. GME catching some volume. That's now up 3% on the session. GME still pushing. Let's see some of these other high short interest names. Upstart's continuing to go. Carvana's pushing. Again, Trump is up 20%. Come on, NVIDIA, break out here. Get past this Fibonacci level and we're going to squeeze to the next one. This is a nice amount of consolidation right at this fib level, this first fib level. We need to get through it to push to the next zone. But the sellers are trying to push it back down. You can see the QQQ trying to push back up. Looks like we're going to test prior day low on the Qs, guys. NVIDIA, come on, NVIDIA. Shake out the last little bit of sellers there and give us a nice little impulse candle. Nice little impulse move. Come on. Tesla's firmed up nicely. Any of you that bought Tesla at those lows again? I covered it all, dang. Because of the 3-bar surge to a low. Listen, my NVIDIA short was not good entries. I was not happy with it. It kicked my ass for a long duration of time. And when I get a nice cover off of a 3-bar surge, I'm going to take it because I can look to always reshort it. Again, my average was sitting at 120.66 on NVIDIA, and it was 11% of my portfolio. So, I mean, we've now freed up a large chunk of cash and took a small gain on it. And I'm looking to re-enter. But I think that it's going to probably get a bounce over the next day or two to take it probably back to about between 122 to 125. But it's just the nature of the beast, right? It is coming down right now. But yeah, I just wanted to take it back because I can always re-enter. And I'm still holding SOXS. And ARM. We got an ARM short on as well. So, I mean, there's other exposure. But just the technical setup on NVIDIA, heading on a 3-bar surge, 17% sell range into a 20-day moving average. I just want to pull it back because I do think I'm going to be able to get a better entry. I can, by the end of today, I'm very confident that if I want to re-short NVIDIA, I'll be able to get a better average than 120.66. So if I think there's going to be a bounce in something and I can re-enter it again at a better average, why not, right? Now, could I be wrong and it flushes? Yeah, but odds are with an oversold condition, technical setup, first pullback from all-time highs, there's going to be dip buyers, which is why I'm also going long. Here we go. This is going to be the breakout move here on NVIDIA. This is likely the breakout move. Hard pullback, nice little volume candle on that sell-off, reversing right away. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Nice little move. We're in the money nicely, guys. Let's see if we can make this a perfect trading session. This would be our 6th trade of the session. Our 6th trade. NVIDIA's got more juice left in it. It's got more. I think the Q's next resistance is prior day low, and probably NVIDIA is going to be the one that pushes the Q's there. Google coming in though. Tesla's trying to push up. Apple's still trying to push. See, just like that, I could technically short NVIDIA here and I'd have a better entry than where my average was. Nice job there. Nice job there, Michael. I'm still holding. I'm looking for more. You've triggered a nice inverse head and shoulders. QQQ should tap that prior day low. Notice how the QQQ triggered this head and shoulders bear pattern and then recaptured the neckline. So this is potentially a failed bear pattern intraday, which should give us a little bit more upside. But NVIDIA is still trying to see some more sellers. You can thank Michael for that. He's causing the $1 trillion name to sell off. Blame him. IWM still pushing higher here. QQQ still down 0.42%. SPY's up 0.33. Russell's up 1.15. SMCI is getting clobbered. That's down 6.67. Tesla's back to the green side, up 1.32. AVGO's down 2%. The SOX ETF is down 2%. ARM is seeing a nice bid higher here. We should see another impulse candle in NVIDIA very shortly, guys. Very shortly. I feel like we're going to get a nice little move. We've been consolidating on this first Fibonacci retrace zone and been quietly trying to get above it. And again, guys, the QQQ upside target now, based off of this 1 minute formation, takes us to 480.37. It's not a guarantee, but the technicals are showing a little bit of an intraday bullish inverse head and shoulders breakout, as long as we remain above the neckline. inverse head and shoulders. But you're still stuck under that prior day low, so it's not a guarantee. NVIDIA's pre-market low, where I think it's going to retest, is 122.54. NVIDIA pre-market low is 122.54. I'm still holding my NVIDIA long. We are in the money for now. QQQ seeing a little bit of sellers coming into the picture. And if you look at some of these market movers on the session, a lot of strength, but primarily your weakness is in semiconductors. Say you look at SMCI, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, Broadcom. Semis definitely are under pressure, which is why the Qs are struggling so much. The weighting in semis is definitely immense. It's immense. More sell side pressure coming into NVIDIA. We actually have a bigger potential neckline forming. NVIDIA is trying to shake out some buyers here. IWM still holding steady. XOM new high of day. Oil's pushing, ripping here on oil. Whoa. Oil's absolutely monster. NVIDIA going lower here. Back testing the neckline breakout. Let's see if it wants to bounce here. I'm still in, guys. And I still have room to add to this position. We only have a half position in NVIDIA right now. So again, I would add at 118 and then around 117.50. Jeez, XOM is a beast. XOM is a beast of a stock right now. And I guess this is why the market is probably selling here, is because oil's just made a monster move over the last 30 minutes here. QQQ needs to hold this pre-market low. We're on the risk of selling here. This might be a bit of a problem for the Qs. So there was no hourly bottoming tail in NVIDIA, guys. There was no hourly bottoming tail. But we still have a potential inverse head and shoulders. It needs to be defended here. At the moment it is struggling though. Still seeing a lot of sell side pressure hitting the semis. Thoughts on C3 AI? I haven't looked at that ticker in a while. Let's take a look. I know it did have that breakout off of its earnings, but let's see where it's trading right now. That's up about 1.43. Daily chart retesting a support zone. NVIDIA's back down 5.86% now in the session. I'm looking at the C3 AI, and I mean, this is where you want to hold 27 bucks. If you lose 27, then it's probably going back down to its $24 gap fill. But tough chart. It's a tough one. Still putting in some lower highs. And there's a big bear pattern potentially still trying to unfold here on C3 AI. So it's a tough one. I don't really like it. QQQ back below its pre-market low. That's never a good sign. Seeing NVIDIA being sold into yet again. So that little neckline target has now failed on NVIDIA. Doesn't mean it can't bounce. We just have to now adjust to target. There's now a new target on NVIDIA. But it needs to start curling up here in order for us to have another potential upside move. I'm still holding my shares. So if this turns into be another inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA, take a look at the upside target now. If we break out from the neckline, it gives us even a higher target to potentially trade against. But this needs to push. You can see the QQQ also trying to potentially trigger another new inverse head and shoulders. Again, that has not triggered yet. And that takes you back to your pre-market high. Quite extraordinary. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to break out of this new inverse. It is potentially putting in its first little higher low. We need to put in another higher high now. QQQ backtesting this little neckline. Defending pre-market low, that's a slight positive. We just need to recapture the prior day low though. So it's still a lot of work to do. Thanks, Michael. When I get a chance, because you're the Messiah of head and shoulders and inverse on Tesla daily, yeah, I'll take a peek. I know there is a daily one that hasn't triggered yet. It has not triggered. There's an intraday one on Tesla. I'll pull it up momentarily here. I'm just quickly doing something here. Alright, so you want to look at the Tesla Daily, TSLA. Whoops. So the Tesla daily one has not triggered yet. Let's just be clear. Let's be clear. But the nice factor is that you're holding above this this little pivot zone, right, that we've discussed. That goes all the way back to these little low pivots here in 2020, 2021. You're still technically holding above that, so that's a nice sign for Tesla. So it's above that currently, but your inverse head and shoulders right now on Tesla is obviously seen as such. This would be your right shoulder, and this would be your head. So we all see that pattern. That's pretty clear. But realistically speaking, it is only a valid formation once we trigger. So I mean, there's always risk, right? You can see that technically speaking, the neckline is from this high pivot to this high pivot, and we haven't even tested that neckline yet. So I mean, you could see a move to 192 and it still wouldn't even give you the real technical breakout. So Tesla still needs to firm up here. It's still technically putting in lower highs on the weekly chart time frame. Has not given us that definitive move. Now, the reason I like to adjust the trend line here and use this pivot to this little pierce of a pivot and this pivot high is because this was a high volume reversal. This little red bar candle here, take a look at the volume. So I think that's a pretty important pivot to draw your trend line through. And you can even see through there, Tesla still hasn't even hit that like 189.50 area, okay, on Tesla. And one of the reasons why we keep getting rejected here, take a look at this EMA, this 113 in orange. It rejected us here off of a massive volume gap down, and now we've retested here, we've hammered it here, we've hammering it again. So it's a big daily chart resistance, but we're tapping it. The more times we're tapping it, likely means we're going to get through it. Take a look at this NVDA move, guys. Look at this impulse that's going to come into play here. We're still long, we're still strong, but we're weakening this EMA 113, and it is starting to flatten out, right? The downward pressure on the EMA is slowly starting to lose its downward momentum, which is telling us that, you know what, this pattern is likely very, very valid and could potentially trigger. Now, it could take a little bit. You can see the apex of this triangle, this wedge pattern, takes us to a point of around mid-July, July 11th. So Tesla could still chop in this range for at least another couple weeks, right? Until it gets the breakout. Now, if we look at the intraday formation, we'll just go to the 4-hour chart. I'm going to turn off this prior day low and high just to make it easy. Here goes NVIDIA, guys. Still holding it. Again, my target off of this move is around 121. Let me just see where that 20 moving average is sitting. It's sitting at 121.24. That's target 1. Target 2 on NVIDIA is around a pierce of 122, and then target 3 is around 122.70. Okay, but if we look at this intraday price, let me go to the regular trading hours. Nice move coming into NVIDIA and the Qs. You can see that there is a short-term breakout. If we use this little high pivot here on Tesla, it's clearly broken out, right? And now you're forming a little bit of a bullish wedge pattern. So that's another positive factor for Tesla's chart at the near term. And then if you take it even into a smaller time frame, so let's just keep going here. You can actually see on the, let's go to the 30-minute chart. You could see a bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout here on the 30-minute time frame. So this is how I would draw it. And take a look at our neckline. So that little upside move and pattern on the 30-minute chart, take a look what happened, why we exited our calls. It played out. So now we're kind of just chopping in a position here where we don't have a new technical pattern yet. It hasn't given us the definitive breakout yet. Now, considering we're still holding the neckline, I would favor upside. As long as you stay above this neckline, you could easily retest this upward high. but you don't want to see it lose the neckline, because then you run the risk of actually falling down to the low end of the wedge. So it's right now, it's at a little bit of an inflection point, just from my perspective and opinion. We don't really have a definitive pattern to trade against. Everyone can say that it's going to break out and they know it's going to break out, but we don't have that yet. On a technical basis, we do not have that yet. But if I had to lean one way, I'm obviously leaning more bullish on Tesla. I don't hold any positions at the moment. We've taken profits on our calls, so I no longer hold anything. But I'm just waiting to see what happens here with TSLA. All right, let's move back to the SPX, since there's some SPX traders, futures traders probably in here. And you can see, let me erase this fib zone. NVIDIA's trying to break out here, but they just keep being met with sellers. Now we run into a scenario here on the S&P, right? We could be forming a right shoulder here. Could be. I really don't know yet. And if you were to lose that neckline, that wouldn't be healthy for the SPX. But for the time being, I do think we can still pop and press a little bit higher. Near-term resistance on the SPX will be this little trend line, which is probably where we're going to retest off of this move from NVIDIA. I do think NVIDIA is going to push things higher here in the near term, which is why I'm still holding my longs. So hopefully that helped there, guys. Hopefully that helped. Nice. Yep, Apple put contracts gotten a lot cheaper. Sold August 16th contracts in pre-market, 50% gain, and just rebought. Beautiful. That's the life of a trader, right? That's beautiful. Nice job there, dang dang. Yeah, we took some profits last week, so I'm okay weathering a storm. Even if they go against me, that's okay. I mean, I'm insulated with the profits, and we got time. We got a lot of time. My net bias is still down, guys. Just recognize that. Even though we're on the long side right now with NVIDIA, my net bias is still down. Here comes the potential breakout and impulse move. Let's see what we get. Let's flip back to the QQQ. And again, what pattern do we have here, guys? Whoops. Let me just erase this little. That's a nice little inverse itself, potentially shaping up on the QQQ, waiting for a trigger. Right now, Meta's still firm on this session. NVIDIA still down about 4.7. SMCI down 7.2. AVGO, Broadcom down 2.3. ARM is down 3.65. Amazon slightly negative. Google, Meta are still showing resiliency. Canopy growth now up 4% on the session. So you're still seeing CGC putting in higher highs on the intraday time frame. Nice little reversal on CGC. It's actually looking quite enticing here on a long standpoint. I would love to see a pullback on CGC to 705. That would be my buy entry, guys. If CGC retests 705, I'd look for a potential buy. Still interested in trading MSTR again, but it needs to make a new low of day. It looks like Bitcoin's going for a breakdown right now. So BTC is seeing some more distribution. Potential mini head and shoulders on Bitcoin about to trigger on the 5-minute chart, which takes us to a new low of day around 60,300. This is thanks, Michael. Can you check copper 2 hour? Looks like a bear flag. All right, let's take a look. All right, I'll first start with the daily. See, daily chart, you're almost putting in what appears to be yet again an inverse head and shoulders. Forming the right shoulder right now. A little bit of a rounding, but let's check the 4 hour time frame first, and then I'll go to your 2 hour. Again, your neckline would be here. Actually, your neckline wouldn't be that. Your neckline would be from this high pivot to here, and obviously it hasn't broken out yet. So let's check the 2 hour time frame that you're looking at. Yeah, no, this is not a bear flag to me. Couple reasons why. A bear flag, when it sells off, it doesn't trickle lower. A bear flag actually has to be sort of upsloping or sideways. This is a really weird, almost like a falling wedge pattern on the shorter time frames that is now perked up with a nice 1, 2, 3 positive candles on the 2 hour basis, a retest, and then take a look at that 2 hour bullish engulfing candle. That's positive. The fact that you've defended this low, defended that low on volume, this is showing me that copper likely wants to press higher. And copper was actually negative, and it's now just briefly putting in some positive action. So I see this potentially firming up a little bit more. It's tricky, right? Like a bear pattern, if I were to draw it, like if you have your down move like that, a bear flag kind of forms like this, right? Little upsloping, and then you make your down move. A bear flag really doesn't form, you know, when you have your initial down move and then you start trickling lower like that. That's showing that the selling is slowing down. That's not really a bear flag pattern. So it's tough. It's a tough one, but I'm more bullish on copper. Again, and still holding my NVDA, still looking for more. And then if we look at some of the stocks that are affected by copper, let's just quickly run through them, like FCX, right? How's that performing today? Yeah, look at that move on FCX. It's almost like the equity traders know that a move's coming. And again, a lot of people are saying there's a head and shoulders, but you can't have a down sloping neckline. That's just not the technical criteria. Then we look at SCCO, which is one we've been all over. And obviously hold longs, and this is also forming a potential little inverse head and shoulders. Let's go to the 2 hour chart pattern of SCCO, since you were looking at the 2 hour time frame. And that would be your neckline. You can see SCCO almost trying to break out. Almost there. And again, that tells us that copper is going to push here. And one of the reasons I'm so bullish on copper is because obviously copper had that big blow off move, got way too extended too quickly, but that was a new all-time high price that was set on the copper chart. And this is our first RSI pullback from that all-time high RSI price, or that overbought zone, especially on the weekly chart. This is our first pullback on the weekly RSI time frame. We're going to get a bounce, and honestly, the bounce is probably going to take us to new all-time highs on copper. Just a heads up, copper's probably going to make either a double top or a new all-time high. That's what I see. And when you look at, like, for instance, let's see, the SPX had that similar setup with the RSI, all-time high weekly pullback. Take a look what happened here, right? This is exactly what copper is doing. Big sell-off, you know, huge rally on the S&P. That first RSI weekly pullback from the all-time high. Boom, you got a nice 3-week pullback. And then look, a bounce on the RSI took you to new all-time highs on the SPX. So it's that RSI divergence that I love to look at in many different setups, but RSI is tough. A lot of people use it incorrectly, and I still use it incorrectly. It's not a perfect tool. Don't get me wrong, no indicator is. It's just one that you kind of compound with your strategies. But I think copper is going to at least try to make a double top retest or a new all-time high. And it's probably going to do it in the next 6 to 8 weeks. jarring any sort of a, I guess, a global recession, unless like some sort of a recession ensues and we see GDP contract. That would be the only thing. But for now, GDP's staying okay, and it's not looking to break down yet. All right, guys, Bitcoin's seeing some more selling here. Let's see if some of that liquidity gets pushed back into semis. S&P seeing a little bit of selling as well. Russell 2000 got faded pretty sharply there. Again, guys, I'm looking to enter MicroStrategy on the long side, MSTR. We've traded it nice and successfully. I am looking to trade it again, but I need it to hit at least 1375, around that area that I'm looking at as a starter position. Still holding my NVDA. Averages of 119.64. We've been putting in this consolidation. That looks like it's going to break. And again, if we take away this larger inverse head and shoulders, I'm just going to mark the upside target potential with this little trend line. I want to just focus on the smaller pattern that is more likely to play out in the near term. You have another little inverse here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder forming. If you break that little neckline, this results in roughly a move into this 50% retrace zone. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to push up to that target. Call it 122.80-ish. QQQ still being defended at pre-market low. Bitcoin's now coming down again, guys. Keep MicroStrategy on watch because, again, I am interested in a long trade on MSTR again, but it's not at the level. It's going to make a new low. It should make a new low. Tesla's putting in a nice little 10-minute potential bull flag, trying to break out. Meta's tapping its prior day high. Google has now recaptured its pre-market low. That's a little bit of a positive sign, at least in the near term. I guess Biden's speaking right now. Uh-oh, probably means markets are going to sell. Is it actually Biden speaking? Oh, it's reproductive freedom event with Vice President Kamala Harris. Okay, so it's not Biden himself. That's okay. Come on, NVIDIA, perk back up here for us. The Dixie's catching a little bit of a spike here, pushing above that prior day high. So the Dixie's starting to move up. Georgiana putting in the chat there, Ukraine-Russia war live, Moscow Defense Research Building on fire with staff trapped inside. Uh-oh. Maybe why the Dixie's spiking here. How are the war stocks doing? How's Lockheed doing? Lockheed Martin up 1%. Probably looking for like a continuation bid. Ooh, guys, this is actually looking pretty interesting on a daily chart standpoint. LMT, Lockheed Martin. This one's yeah, this one's almost ready to break out here. Look at that volume that we received on Friday. And we're now getting that confirmed volume trend today. Keep this one on watch, guys. This one's unfortunately looking like it's trying to break out, which means what? Escalation? Uh-oh. That definitely means escalation. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Actually, I guess your neckline would be here. And that would be your breakout. So the target now on Lockheed Martin, gives us a decent move to about 542 on LMT. Very, very interesting. All right, guys, NVDA seeing a little bit of selling, still a tight range here. I mean, you have to think that this is probably going to make an attempt at breaking out. Bitcoin going lower. MicroStrategy now under 1400. QQQ potentially losing pre-market low. Let's see something here. Members, I'm just sending a new alert here. What you guys think about new? So new core and UE. Let me just quickly take a look at Raytheon as well. RTX. Yeah, pretty big move up already. Honestly, looks like RTX is probably going to try to hit this trend line, which is about a 116, 117 target. Interesting. All right, let's look at steel stocks, new core, and then we can go through steel. Yeah, new core is again sitting at that weekly EMA 113. It does look like it wants to potentially go here. Nice little pullback today. Yeah, if you want to take a stab at it, I have no issues. I have no issues. Nice little positive divergence. What's the divergence looking like on the weekly chart? What's with TDOC, apart from being oversold? I'll take a look at it after. I haven't actually looked at that name in forever. It's been literally forever. So guys, the Russell 2000 seeing a pretty decent pullback here. Let's see if people want to bid up the tech stocks here. Tough trade there on. Guys, MSTR is coming in. Yeah, I'm not taking Nucor yet. I'm not taking NUE yet. I mean, I do think it's at an area on a risk reward basis that you can probably push off of this area, but I don't know. Part of me thinks it's going to make one more kind of a double bottom test of this channel around 150. I'll add an alert there. So I'm just going to wait on the sidelines, but it's not a bad area. It's certainly not a bad area for like long dated calls or even common shares. It's not bad. It's at a really good support zone. You're hitting that weekly EMA in a very oversold condition. I mean, looking at steel dynamics, definitely a little bit of a different setup here on STLD. You can see it's trading way above its weekly. How's CLF doing? Cleveland Cliffs. MSCR breaking down, guys. All right, guys, MSTR is now coming into play. Enough of the steel stocks while we look at a new potential long opportunity. Again, I hope that everyone's been able to avoid it, but I am looking at entering around a starter position around 1375, 1365, and then 1351-ish. Okay? Bitcoin seeing more selling. Well, Manu, I don't know how you're at a loss because we're in the money. If you've been following us, you're in charge and you're winning on the trade so far. So it's up to you. I can't tell. I don't even know what your average is. I don't know what your position is, how much of a portfolio it is. But my average is sitting here at 119.64. But I'm still holding my NVDA. I think we're going to get a breakout here. We've been patient. Look at this sideways chop. That's just market makers' theta burn. They're crushing all the options. Decaying your positions. All right, here comes NVIDIA. QQQ does look like it's going to press here. NVIDIA's trying to break out. Again, I'm interested in getting long MSTR, but not yet. Bitcoin's going to go a little bit lower. And I do think MSTR is going to go a little bit lower itself. Look at NVIDIA, guys. Come on. Here we go. I'll take a look at TDOC in a sec, Michael. I'll take a look at TDOC. NVIDIA has now triggered its inverse head and shoulders, so this target of 122 is very likely. Very likely. Let's see what we get here. Needs to hold the little neckline. See even this little channel that I'm observing here. So you're going to have some resistance here around this 120, 140 area. That's because that is also going to kind of align with your 20-day moving average sitting at 120, 125. I do reckon you're going to pierce that channel in hitting this Fibonacci retrace, this 382 retrace. Pretty hard rejection there, punishing the chasers, the breakout buyers on options contracts. Again, and this is the crazy thing about options is market makers love to punish people. Chasing, right? All right, so maybe a failed breakout on NVIDIA. We'll have to see how they want to handle this candle on a, I would say, a 5-minute close. All right, guys, I'll keep you abreast of the MicroStrategy trade if I take it. Tom saying the Dixie is melting. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Still above its prior day low, so that's technically a bullish sign for the Dixie. Nice little move coming up in NVDA. Let's see what we can get. MicroStrategy, new low of day. Stay away. Listen to the old Wall Street adage, new low of day, stay away. And again, this is happening while the Qs are trying to move up a little bit, trying to test another neckline breakout. NVIDIA is starting to push really firmly here, guys. Again, my first target is 121.25. We're into the 121s now. It's got more in the tank. NVIDIA's got more. You may see some rotation out of Google, Microsoft, Apple, and it could push into NVIDIA in the semis. So it should have a little bit more in the tank here. MSTR is falling pretty sharply here, guys. MSTR might even want to overshoot this level, guys, so just so you're aware. Come on. Come on, get ready on MSTR, guys. Get ready. It's going to be a 1/4 entry. I repeat, it'll be a 1/4 entry. Dixie's falling a little bit here. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta are all curling down. NVDA has staged a tiny breakout. But what's interesting about this pattern, even though there's a little bit of a micro bull pattern on the 1-minute chart, this is what a bear flag could be setting up for on NVIDIA. This could definitely be a bear flag. Big down move, pretty potential bear formation. But in the near term, I still think it's a little oversold and likely going to press a little bit higher. MicroStrategy is hitting that target, but I'm not in yet because Bitcoin does have a little bit more to go on the downside. I repeat, Bitcoin has a little bit more from my perspective. Although that was the buy target that I gave you guys, you can see it's bouncing there already, a sharp bounce off of that area on MicroStrategy, which means that our technical level is good, but I do think we're going to go lower. So just be aware. I did not take the trade yet because I do think that Bitcoin needs to go a tiny bit lower to about 60,340. Apple coming in, QQQ breaking down a little bit. Guys, I just exited my full NVIDIA position. The Qs are breaking down a little bit here. I'm all out of NVIDIA. I just took my profits on NVIDIA. I'm all out. I repeat, I'm all out. QQQ's breaking down here. QQQ's trying to lose some structure under pre-market low. They need to defend this, but I don't want to get caught in a little bit of a flush lower here. They're defending pre-market low, but I'm all out of NVIDIA. I repeat, nice little gain there. Beautiful little trade. All out. Looking for MSTR still, guys. New low of day on MSTR. I'm looking at an entry, guys. I'm looking at an entry. We're getting very close to MSTR. Very, very close. Bitcoin still needs to go a touch lower, in my opinion. Okay, so this next entry on MSTR, guys, 1365. I'm looking at a 1-minute divergence. We're going to make a new low, and then we're going to have our first little intraday 1-minute positive divergence on MSTR. So I do think we're going to make one more little low, although you're seeing it bounce now. QQQ losing that pre-market low. This could be a failed bullish pattern. Again, we never got the trigger on the inverse, but we have a bear pattern that we got rejected at the neckline here pretty sharply. So there's still a potential downside move of 474 in the Qs. And that NVIDIA chart, although we were long, it's still now putting in a bear flag pattern. So NVIDIA has a bear flag that's breaking down. Guys, I am going to take a step away here because we've been trading for now a few hours. Didn't even realize it was 12 o'clock noon. There's just so many setups that keep coming into the picture here. NVIDIA just had a failed breakout, guys, so be careful. NVIDIA could make a new low of day now, which would not be in anyone's cards, but it could make a new low of day now because there's a failed breakout. The QQQ is breaking down. This could get nasty. Still interested in MSTR. Looking to start at this 1365. Is there an app to clap? Do you guys hear the clap? I'm pushing a clap button, but I don't even hear it on my end because I have my stream muted. So hopefully it's playing it, but each time I clap my hand, my wife wants to know how much money I made. Don't tell her. Excuse me. All right, guys, QQQ losing steam here. NVIDIA selling off some more. Oh, excuse me. Nice little bounce on MSTR. Fortunately, I did not take that level. I think there's still going to be one more little low. Big bounce in crypto. Pretty big bounce. All right, MSTR is right now off the table unless we get that secondary flush. Let's look back at NVIDIA here. Again, this is a bit of a bear flag on NVIDIA. So this is the educational part of the video where you have your down move, and you've been trending higher, 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 this is a clear textbook bear flag. And I mean, that tells us that, believe it or not, NVIDIA still could fall to 115. Now, that's not my downside. That's not, I don't think that's going to happen today, but it could. It could. You know, a likelier scenario would be a 618 tap of the 117.68 area, and that's aligns with some of the targets that I heard in the chat around 118. So just keep in mind, this is a bear flag on NVIDIA with more downside likely set to occur. So we'll keep these targets on watch. All right, guys, MSTR is coming back down again. Looks like it's going to make that new low. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to press back up. Still a big chance that NVIDIA could hit the top of this channel. This little bull target is off the table now on NVIDIA. QQQ still trying to defend it at pre-market low. Okay, so that's a nice little bullish recapture of that neckline on NVIDIA. If it breaks through this high, it's probably going to hit this high pivot here around 121.71. But you can see the QQQ still stuck under that neckline. It hasn't triggered the inverse head and shoulders yet. You're still under prior day low, which is bearish. Still watching MicroStrategy, but we have not had it firm up yet. Hey members, I did send out an alert. I incorrectly entered the wrong strike date, but it wasn't for 2025, it was 2024 strike date. MSTR is still coming into play here, guys. I still think there's a bit of a long entry shaping up here. Again, it looks like we're going to make that new low of day. That's what I'm waiting for. We're going to get the first little positive divergence on the 1 minute chart, so get ready. It's going to be a 1/4 entry for me. Let's see BTC's price action here. Again, BTC should hit this little downward target. This is going to be a risky trade on MicroStrategy. It's going to be a risky trade, I repeat, because Bitcoin does have the potential to see a pretty big downward flush. I mean, we could even see a big down, like Bitcoin, if the sellers get spooked, we could see a sharp decline down to 59.3. So it's going to be an aggressive trade. I'm still going to take MSTR long, but just understand that if Bitcoin makes new low of day, although I'm only expecting it to hit this 60,300 level, we could get spooked out and it could try to flush into this pivot trend line. This is back testing your inverse head and shoulders, so you could see a flush into this 59.4 area. So just understand that. For the time being, they are keeping it elevated. And this is just a day trade that I'm interested in.
The whatever prescription, good RX, you got Target with the CVS deal, you got Walmart, Costco pharmacies, and in California, you just go directly to the hospital pharmacy. So it's a tough business. They're shutting these things down left and right over where I live. So I don't know. It doesn't look good for Walgreens. This thing looks like it's going to zero. Sorry. And Nike, right? So Nike, there is nothing good built into the Nike story, but I think that the chart looks good for a bounce. We have the Olympics coming. So that's interesting. If you see a dip on Nike and it holds like 93, it's probably decent. It's finally over its 20-day and 50-day. It still has to get up to its 100 or 200-day, which is about $100 per share. But then we'll see where she goes. But she's been kind of like a Lulu, where like finally, catching a ton of competition with On and what have you, and all the other trainers, shoes trainers that, it's been tough for her to catch her feet, but she's stopped going down. It looks like, and the chart is in this massive consolidation. So even if she starts to break out, I think if there's anything real there, it's not going to get away from you, but it's a good spot for sure. But anyways, that's it. So Friday, we don't really do a whole lot. And there's not a whole lot of earnings to go, but there is Miss Cleo behind us. So let's go ahead and get over there, and we will take a look, see what she has to say for this week. So if we do get, and this is on Friday, PC, so consensus is 0.1, forecast, and the prior is 0.2. This is where we are on that right here. We're going to lose a 0.3, right? And for the one that you want, 2.7, and we're going to lose is like a really big reading, honestly. So if the month over month comes in at, let's say,
Hey guys, quickly jumping here. MicroStrategy is coming up into some targets here. I haven't looked at coin, personally speaking, Sarfrez, but I'm going to be looking to go long MSTR here. Coinbase, you probably catch a bid as well, getting pretty beaten down here intraday. Nice oversold conditions. So if you want to take coin, I have no problems with that. I'm looking at MSTR very shortly here. The only issue is I see Bitcoin still hasn't hit my downside. But I'm looking for a day trade long on MSTR coming up into play. 1365 gets me interested. 1365 gets me interested. You're welcome, you're welcome. I've been eyeing up this level now for probably the last 2 hours. I know a couple people wanted to take MSTR when it's back at 1400 because we traded it successfully. A nice 30-point move, but I'm still looking for one more little low. I mean, that could be it. The volume's certainly coming in. See, I'm being a bit of a stickler for price at the moment, just because we've had a really stellar day. I still think that there's going to be one more little decline here in MSTR that gets me interested. Coinbase trading at 211, down 6.2%. MSCR is down 7.8. Get ready on MSTR, guys. It's approaching here. It's just hovering above our level. Volume starting to uptick. Bitcoin still holding just below 61K. I haven't taken it yet. I'm still waiting, although it's getting very close. There's a potential head and shoulders forming on the IWM. You're carving out your right shoulder right now on the 3-minute chart. So smaller time frame, a potential little distribution pattern forming. NVDA is trying to peak up here. That's firming up. So again, I'm interested in going long MSTR, but it needs to go a little. Look at that QQQ rejection. My oh my, that's NVIDIA chopping people up and spitting them out. And again, we lose pre-market low here, guys. It's not going to be good for the Qs. That opens up a bear move all the way back down to 474. And when you have the SOXX really struggling here, and I honestly see the SOXX, I have a really big long level on the SOXX that I'm hoping it flushes into today, because I will be going long the SOXL. I want to play that 3 times levered bull play on the semis, but it's not there yet. You know, that gap fill looks so juicy on the SOXX around 243.37. Even the previous little high pivot around 243.80 or 90ish. Oil's still chugging along, trying to get above 82 a barrel. That's probably going to have to cause the Dixie to move up here. Dixie's just hovering right at that prior day low. Still waiting on MicroStrategy. I still think Bitcoin has one more little new low of day. And then there should be a little bit of an epic day tradable bounce opportunity. I'd say the best performing sector is your KRE. That's up 1.43. And then your Dow Jones Transports, that's firm on the session. Just going to cue you into another trader's thoughts here, guys.
Okay. What's the maximum that you're going to be looking at from an upside on SPY, which is around 550, right? This actually hit in the pre-market and we instantly sold off. But when you see this happen, just know, hey, look, the odds of a continuation are pretty low, right? And all we're doing now is that we've actually come through this is a gap fib. This is filled. Actually, we can move this. We can move this over here. Ooh, that session gap also filled. So right now, all we're really doing is we're holding this prior breakout. So here's the prior breakout. If we can't get, if SPY does not get below 530, 544, call it, I don't see a whole lot of downside. But if she doesn't get over 547, she might just be stuck. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to put this right here, average week's range to the upside. So we're going to 553, spot 27.
Guys, there's MSTR coming into target. Bitcoin's seeing some sellers. I'm not in yet. I'm still waiting. Bitcoin's coming down, but it's getting very close. This is the first target zone. I'm just skeptical because Bitcoin hasn't hit my target yet. But this is my target on MSTR, but Bitcoin has not hit my target yet. There's still a little bit more downside in my opinion. But it's getting very close. Very close. Oh, I'm tempted here, but Bitcoin's seeing a little bit more downside. BTC needs to see a little bit more downside, and then I'm getting long. Heavy volume coming in. Come on. Give us a flush, BTC. We're going to be taking this trade on the long side. It's very, very close, in my opinion. BTC's close, guys. Close. Come on. Keep going. Give us a new low on BTC. QQQ's trying to break out, but struggling here. Guys, it's very, very close. I'm looking for Bitcoin to hit 60,350. Even here's a great area, but Bitcoin should make one more little new low. One more little low. Come on. There's a new low. Alright, guys, I'm long MSTR. I just got filled at... Ew, what a shitty fill. 1361.40. Are you kidding me? How do they give me such a shitty fill? 1361.40. That's disgusting. Come on. The price is just hovering there and you give me a shitty fill like that? Alright, but nevertheless, I'm long 1361.40. Basically, I will add every $10 lower. Okay, this is a 1/4 entry. Alright, I'm long MSTR. This is a high risk trade. We are trying to bottom pick this asset class. Bitcoin's dumping here. Again, that was a 1/4 entry. Bitcoin did hit my downside target there. Bitcoin hit my downside target, I repeat. Here we go, guys. Let's see what MSTR does for us. Bitcoin hit my target to a T. We've been patient on this one. Just 1 second. My dog's going a little crazy. Come on, MSTR. So Bitcoin hit my target. That's what I was waiting for, was the 60,350 zone. Look at the reversal in Bitcoin. Guys, where we should retest to is this trend line. Pivot low to pivot low to pivot low, and you could even go higher than that. This could honestly be an area where MicroStrategy tries to bounce. And let me just quickly firm up something. Just give me 1 second. this could be a zone where MicroStrategy actually tries to bounce all the way back up to $1,450. But again, I don't know if that's going to happen today. It might be over the course of a couple days. Oh my god, I just watched my dog kill a chipmunk right in front of me. Holy shit. Just 1 second, guys. I gotta go get him away from me. Alright, so we are seeing NVDA and the Qs breaking down here, guys. That's going to put additional pressure on these equity markets. Again, QQQ is breaking down here, back under pre-market low. Not a good sign right now for the Qs. Bitcoin's being sold into after that little bit of a bounce. Tesla, NVIDIA, Microsoft, everything's seeing some sell side right now. Again, next ad level on MicroStrategy is 1351 and then 1341. Come on, MSTR. Let's see what we got. Nice amount of volume in this region on MSTR. There's a decent amount of volume. Come on, MSTR. Push, push, push. I could see MSTR trying to bounce back to at least 1400 today. Today, I could see it bouncing back to 1400. Bitcoin's still struggling here. And this is part and parcel due to the QQQ also being weak. We are coming up into the next ad zone for MicroStrategy. Hey Chris, welcome back. We are long MicroStrategy here, Chris. Chris is looking at GOVX for a long entry. The market's reversed. QQQ's in bearish territory again, back under pre-market lows. Never a good sign. It had 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at breaking out on the QQQ, and all 4 attempts were rejected off the same neckline, and it's pushed price action below pre-market low again. NVIDIA's tried breaking out. There's a bear flag on NVIDIA 5-10-minute chart shaping up. Again, Bitcoin's still seeing some more selling. Next ad level is 1351, guys, on MSTR. 1351.40. MicroStrategy is now down 8.68%. Netflix making a reversal. Let's take a look at Netflix chart. I haven't actually peeked at that one. I know communication stocks are strong today, so the fact that this one's showing some weakness is a problem. That's definitely a problem. Communication stocks are strong, and this one's not really doing too hot here. Still a tough short, that one. That one's still a tough short. but I see what you're looking at. You have a weekly divergence. Yeah, I mean, it could work out here, and it's a good risk reward. I mean, you could easily short it here and use, I just added to my MSTR, guys, second entry there. Second entry, we are even falling more. BTC's back down to the lows. Okay, so my average is now sitting at 1357.15. Bitcoin's seeing more selling here. This was the issue. I said Bitcoin could easily flush down to 59K. It's extremely oversold intraday, so I still think there's a great shot at bouncing. Yeah, so what I was saying by Netflix, you could easily short it here and then just use that high pivot as your stop loss. Any sort of a daily close back above that previous high is your stop loss. So I mean, a pretty small risk. You know, you're risking about 3.5%. Nat gas is spiking here, guys. Nat gas spiking. Bitcoin going lower. Very oversold condition on BTC. You do have a positive divergence on the hourly chart that is forming on BTC, but nevertheless, it's still trying to go lower here in the near term. Next ad level on MicroStrategy is 1341.40, and then $10 from that would be 1331.40. Again, I'm just going in 25 lots, common shares. So right now I have 50 shares long, 1357.15. Nat gas still spiking. Nat gas is going for another new high of day. It's up now 2.5% on the session. All right, MicroStrategy is starting to see a little bit of buying coming in, but nothing crazy yet. We've been patient with this one. QQQ still stuck under pre-market low. Tesla's being sold into pretty sharply at the moment. Oil trying to get back to $82 a barrel. 82.12 is your prior day high, but it hasn't been able to do it so yet. Let's see what Coinbase is doing. I know a couple of you were trying to look at Coin as a play, which obviously if we're long MSTR, Coinbase certainly is an area of interest. MSTR going lower. Let's see what Coin is doing. Yeah, Coinbase still at the lows, down almost 7%. Your EMA 113 on Coin is sitting at your daily EMA at 207.55. That could be a nice little swing trade opportunity. But Coinbase definitely selling pretty hard too. You're in Coin, Sarfraz? Nice, nice. MicroStrategy still bleeding here, but Bitcoin's trying to see some buyers. So a simple fib retrace off of today's down move on MicroStrategy. So we closed there. So a simple retrace off of MSTR takes us back to about 1379. 1379. But for the time being, we're still going lower, and that target will be adjusted if Bitcoin keeps falling here. BTC obviously still under a bit of pressure here in the near term. Semiconductors are seeing more sell side pressure. The bear ETF is pushing up here. Again, our members are obviously long the SOXS. Come on, Bitcoin, firm up here. Firm up and take us to the promised land. Bitcoin's still falling here. Not really healthy at the time being. BTC is going lower. There goes MSTR. Next ad level is coming into play here, guys. I repeat, the next ad level is coming up. My average is sitting at 1357.15. A lot of volume traded down here. We're getting that divergence on the smaller time frames for crypto, but BTC still seeing some sellers. And it's not really the Dixie or yields doing it, it's just technical selling occurring. So 5-minute chart of MSTR extremely oversold now, hitting an RSI of about 20.76. 10-minute chart is hitting an RSI of 25.71, definitely in the oversold category. You only have a positive divergence on the 1-minute MSTR chart. There's another little low. Next ad level, guys, is this 1341.40 pivot for MSTR. That'll be my third entry as BTC is breaking down here. Heavy volume coming in the crypto region here, but still no bid. QQQ dumping here, so that's seeing additional sell side pressure from the Qs. QQQ honestly looks like it's probably going to try to make a new low of day on the Qs. Bitcoin trying to bounce here just a touch. MSTR trying to bounce here just a touch. Again, I could see a minimum retrace on MSTR to about the 13. My target is 1375, and then my optimistic target for the day is 1400. But we need Bitcoin to bounce. Tesla getting demolished. Amazon, Google, Apple coming in sharply. Still no buyer's bid yet in Bitcoin. Still struggling here. My third entry's on watch here, guys, for MSTR. I did not get filled. I repeat, I did not get filled on MSTR there. It is trying to bounce a little bit. Alright guys, I just took a fill there, 1341.27, 1341.27. My average is now sitting at 1350.81. And I have one more entry on MSTR around 1341.40. Sorry, 1331.40. Bitcoin's still falling, trying to lose 60K here. QQQ coming under some pressure. Whoops. BTC, can 60K be defended? That's the question. Let's see what happens here. IWM seeing more selling. A little bit of buyers stepping back into the tape. Come on. Pump it up. Push, 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 push. Here comes some price action in Bitcoin. This is happening while NVDA is almost triggering a bit of a bear flag pattern. It's at the low of its channel. Again, long MSTR, 3/4 position, 75 shares long, average 1350.81. I have one more ad at 1331.40 if need be, but it looks like Bitcoin's trying to put in a short-term reversal here. Potential 10-minute bottoming tail on Bitcoin. 2 minutes left in the candle. NVIDIA is still struggling. Apple, Google, Meta looking very heavy at the moment. So yeah, the mega caps are seeing some more selling, guys. The QQQ breaking down here. QQQ not looking too hot at the moment. SOXS looks like it's going to go for a new high of day. Pretty big dump there on MSTR. Fat finger trader perhaps, but I still think Bitcoin's going to press a little bit here. Qs are falling sharply though. Sharp fall in the Qs. The Qs just had a huge dump there. Take a look at where the Qs are now trading. Big dump on the Qs. Big dump on the Qs. Looking like they're going to go for a new low. I'm still holding my MSTR. It's gone through enough sell side pressure today. Same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin can try to trade in a little bit of its own world now. If it tries to firm up here, it's down on the session quite substantially. 4.75% down. And I mean, you look at this daily chart of Bitcoin, and it's fallen pretty sharply. A one-way drop to the downside, and pretty oversold conditions on the hourly chart, putting in some divergences, showing some signs of accumulation. We've covered shorts. 10-minute chart of BTC still trying here, but again, it still could go to 59.3. That's what I was concerned about, right? If you got market weakness, there's a chance that it could try to go to that 59.3, but you got to take your shots, and I think that this is still a decent technical level. NVIDIA triggering a bit of a bear flag on the 5-minute chart, so that's looking like it could make a new low of day, NVDA. But again, with that much liquidity coming out of a behemoth, portions of it want to find beaten down names. And I do think that sometimes these crypto stocks can kind of be the sympathy capital rotation play. A lot of investors who trade semiconductors, NVIDIA, like to also play crypto, but we'll see if Bitcoin wants to catch a bid here. Let's see. Trading at 60. I like it that it's being defended at 60K. That's okay for me right now. But we'll see if they want to flush it. How's that Coinbase doing for you, Sarfrez? Is that one bleeding still? I don't know what you entered at, but very similar, very oversold as well. Still down 7.28%. You pierced the daily moving average with sheer force today. Again, so my final entry on MSTR is at 1331.40. You entered at 211. Yeah, you're okay. I mean, you could still easily have a nice bounce back to 211. It's only down by $1.30 or so. We just need crypto to stage a bit of a bounce, and this might be it here. Bitcoin's trying. Bitcoin's trying. There you go. Yeah, so you still have room to add an average down there. Come on, BTC. Firm up here. But you do have a nice divergence on the 1 minute chart. A little double bottom on the RSI. And you can see the bottom on the RSI we made all the way up here. Done now a full round trip. Very oversold condition. Positive divergence. We should see it firm up here. But it's not helping that the Qs are weak and the Dixie's trying to press, but Bitcoin is trying to put in a little bit of a reversal here. Come on, BTC. SPY and Russell are continuing to be faded here. So a little bit more weakness is creeping back into the S&P. Nice move up in Bitcoin. Come on. Let's see MSTR. Take us to our break-even point and then build momentum off of that. Bitcoin's still trying to press here a little bit in the near term. MicroStrategy right back down. Weakness, obviously, in the market is not helping. A lot of volume traded down here. Still seeing Bitcoin trying to defend that 60K level and pushing. BTC still trying to move up, but MicroStrategy moving down, and that's the market. The market's just fragile right now. So QQQ under pressure. S&P under pressure, Russell under pressure. Again, 1331.40 is my final ad on MSTR. NVDA breaking down. That bear flag on NVIDIA is playing out like a charm. Looking really heavy right now on NVIDIA. QQQ trying to take down and make a new low of day. And that's one of the reasons why it's a tough trade right now with MicroStrategy, because the Qs are breaking down. Alright guys, my next entry on MSTR is coming into play here. Very, very closely. Again, this isn't a breakdown in Bitcoin, but a breakdown in the market. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here. So you've got a 1 minute positive divergence on MSTR. You just put in a 5 minute positive divergence on MSTR. So that's the bigger time frames are slowly starting to creep in on the divergence side, which is helpful. But nonetheless, we're still down on the position and looking to add at 1331.40. Semiconductor bear ETF new high of day. SOXS new high of day. QQQ just took a big fall there. Guys, I did not get filled. It came very close. Came very close to the fill, but it did not hit me on MSTR. I repeat, I'm tempted to add here. I'm very tempted, but the Dixie's now trying to catch some momentum. MicroStrategy was down about 10% at the lows there. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling. Again, I have one more ad. We're right at this level. We're right at the level. A few pennies away. All right, guys, I just got filled there. 1331.15. Final entry on MSTR brings my average to 1344.04. All right, let's see what happens from here. Let's see what happens. And the problem is Bitcoin's trying to go lower now. Weakness in the market is not helping crypto. BTC is trying to flush here. MSTR still bleeding. Coinbase still bleeding. Bitcoin did make a new low, breaching the 60K psychological whole number. Yeah, solar stocks breaking down. Yeah, everything's breaking down. Look at the Qs, right? S&P just went negative. QQQ's down 1%. Now everything's getting hit hard. Life of a Trader just come back from my 1-hour power pack training to handle the stress. But perfect, Ram. Welcome. Welcome. So again, I'm long MSTR, full position at average of 1344.04. Bitcoin obviously making new lows in the session. Weakness creeping into the tape from Meta. NVDA, it's really the Meta and NVDA that broke down. NVIDIA triggering that bear flag, which is hurting the Qs. QQQ obviously has been trying to break out all day, which has failed on 4 attempts. And we're now seeing it getting bludgeoned to the downside. Come on, MSTR. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Nice little bounce in Bitcoin, trying to firm up here. Still got quite a ways away on MSTR. Still have Apple up 1%, NVIDIA down 5.8, SMCI down 8.7, the SOX ETF is down 2.17, the QQQ is down 0.96, S&P just slightly negative, Russell still holding up 0.5%, but that's been faded. Bitcoin making a nice little reversal. A little bit of an hourly potential bottoming tail forming. Nice 10-minute bottoming tail. And MSTR's pre-market low was 1391. That would be about a 50-point rally from here. That could happen still. That could happen. All right, guys, we're now green on MSTR. So again, that's the power of just DCAing at key technical levels. I still think that there's quite a bit of upside that we could hit on MSTR here. We still got a lot of time left. And honestly, BTC's at an interesting spot here. This is an oversold, very oversold daily chart level, 4-hour chart, hour chart. BTC could easily ramp back up to like, looking at this chart here, and I mean, we could easily see Bitcoin retest, 63, 64,000 between that range. And if that happens, then obviously, nice continuation on MSTR. Again, I'm going to hold this one. I'm not like, if we have a straight shot move into, say, the 1365 area, this first little retrace, maybe I'd trim some. But honestly, I think that that Bitcoin could be due for a nice potential reversal over the next couple sessions. We'll see. We'll play it by ear, but TP on MSTR is at least 1365. At least 1365. Okay. We have a mini inverse head and shoulders forming. You can see if we break that little neckline, that gives us a target on MSTR of about 1370. Again, it hasn't triggered, but potentially showing signs of at least starting the inverse head and shoulders. You have a nice little left shoulder, you have a nice little head, and now we're coming up into a right shoulder formation. So it could take a few minutes. This right shoulder took roughly left shoulder took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 13 minutes or so this left shoulder took. The dip for the head took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So almost 15 minutes there. So I mean, this could take 10 to 15 minutes to form here. Let's see though. Let's see if it forms. Bitcoin obviously needs to firm up in order for this to make some sense. Honestly, I'm tempted to take a bite at a Bitcoin trade as well, just as like a little bit of a swing here. It's moved down enough. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 4-hour candles down. An extremely old oversold RSI. Nice divergence on the hourly chart. Yeah, BITX, right? It could be a play, right? I am looking at that. Actually, I don't know BITX. I haven't used that one. Oh, it's the ×2. Chris, you're finding me the leverage, eh? I like the leverage. I didn't even know there was a levered play now. Wow. Our markets are crazy. Our markets are crazy. And that's coming up into a gap fill. Yeah, if you want to take it down here, Chris, I have no problem with that. That's, you know what? I'm looking at this and it's tempting. It sure is tempting. I'm just skeptical that there's still a chance we can have a move down to 59.3, 59.3, 59.4, but it's tempting. It's very tempting. Nice amount of volume traded behind it today. Interesting. You're a little afraid of that double top? Yeah, it could be. Paul's afraid of the double top on MSTR. Yeah, there could definitely be a double top that takes us lower. You're saying your target is... I don't see that target. What is that target on your screen, Paul? I know it's lower, but that's looking like sub 12, like 1100 or so. That's what it's looking like. Paul being afraid makes me want to take it. Buy when there's blood. Thanks, Paul. So you got a downside target of 1142. I can see that playing out, but I just think we're getting a little bit too exhausted in the near term, and I think that there's a lot of liquidity waiting right now. I think that with the sell-offs in the semis, there's a lot of liquidity. I mean, you think about how much NVIDIA's fallen from the highs, losing its first spot, losing its second spot, losing it's in third place now. There's a lot of liquidity that could pump up assets in the near term. A lot of the oversold plays, right? But I appreciate that downside target. I think it's a viable thing to look out for, but I do think that it is probably going to force, I think Bitcoin's going to force a bounce before. But good chart there. Good chart. BTC still struggling here. Has not firmed up. Still a potential inverse head and shoulders on MSTR. All right, Chris, I took a stab at BITX. Swing trading. So I'm going to look for a little bit of an accumulation bounce here. QQQ still struggling immensely, so is Bitcoin. Come on, MSTR. Let's see if we can get this inverse head and shoulders to trigger and break. I think that there's a good chance here, guys. There's a really good chance. These are the levels that I like to take. You know, I know people say you shouldn't be bottom picking and trying to catch a falling knife, but honestly, I mean, you just got to buy into the technical supports, wait for those divergences, and use your position management. It doesn't always work, but think everyone prefers buying depressed assets versus overbought extended ones. Come on, give us the rubber band. Snap it back. Snap it back to the other side. Bitcoin's still struggling here. Bitcoin's still struggling a touch here. Coinbase trying to recapture the 210 level. It's trading at 209.80. Come on, we need to get MicroStrategy to break out here. QQQ trying to bounce. MicroStrategy coming lower as Bitcoin's back under 60K. So the market is just really fragile right now. Really fragile still. No bounce yet in BTC. QQQ trying to hold 475.95. MicroStrategy needs to firm up here, but BTC is waiting. Yeah, I'm long at 32.85. I'm going to accumulate a swing here. And honestly, my next ad level on the swing is all the way down to 31.19. So I'm actually preparing to hold it overnight here. But that's just me. If you're just in it for a scalping day trade, I think that 32.75 for a second entry makes sense. You know, we do have a gap fill at 32.20. That could try to be tested, but you're hitting that massive upsloping trend line. Let's look at this BITX chart. This is the trend line that we're buying. Boom. Hitting that trend line to a T. You have a tiny gap fill lower. You have another gap fill there. Another gap fill here. So I'm just accumulating a swing trade in hopes for a bounce back up to say 37 or so, which I think is fairly likely. But BTC really struggling still, trying to push lower. And again, there's still a big level at 59K. Big level at 59K for Bitcoin. BTC trying to make another new low of day, which it just did. It's now down in the session 5.28%. Potentially trying to lose this inverse head and shoulders pattern on MicroStrategy. Needs to hold. You do not want to see it take out the low. BTC though, trying to firm up. QQQ seeing more sellers. So Bitcoin bouncing, recapturing 60K again. Heavy volume coming back into MicroStrategy. All right, there's a breakdown in MSTR going lower, so there's no inverse head and shoulders. Now all we have is a divergence. It's now down 10.36% on the session. Seems like it was a bit of a shakeout there. High volume candle coming in. Bitcoin did not make a new low, but MSTR did. Looking at other crypto stocks, Coinbase did not make a new low. NVDA is curling back down. QQQ going for another new low of day. So it's tough right now for the market to bounce here because the Qs are just being sold into pretty much at every turn. Crypto Bitcoin seeing some more support and buy pressure. Meta's bouncing at pre-market low. IWM selling off even more. Nice bounce in Bitcoin continuing. MicroStrategy has to play some catch up here. Nice bounce in Bitcoin. So that BITX is 1500s is optimistic, Bart. There's always a chance, right? There's always a chance. But it's going to come down to how hard do these equity markets sell off? You know, it's not out of the question 1500. There is a massive level there that I see, but again, I don't know if I'm going to be in it for 1500. That's kind of goes against my risk to reward. You know, I could see 1400 very easily. I could see 1424 pretty easily. I could even see where I think it goes to is 1437. 1437. I mean, we were just up there today. We were all the way up at 1448. But we'll see. It's not out of the question. It could happen. It could happen. Bitcoin trying to push higher here. I still think MicroStrategy is lagging a bit here in the near term. Apple and Tesla breaking down. Yeah, the whole QQQ market, right, it's hard for them to stay buoyant when the Qs are breaking. Yeah, if Tesla can recapture its prior day high at 183.95, I still think it has a nice little bullish setup. I'm honestly tempted to get into calls again on that name. You know, it's still holding positive strength despite the market weakness. Let's see, what are these call options priced at here on Tesla, guys? Looking at 185 calls again, guys. MSTR making a nice little move. We're back green on the trade, guys. We're back green on the trade. Still seeing a little bit of buying pressure coming into MSTR. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a bigger break. Bitcoin seeing more buy pressure. Market seeing a nice little buy program here. S&P 500 looking to try to go green again. Bitcoin trading at 60,300. I think Bitcoin's probably going to try to retest 61.2 by the end of the day, which should probably put MSTR back at around 1370-ish, if that happens. Again, if All right, we're starting to see MicroStrategy trying to firm up here. We are in the green slightly here with MSTR, but I'm looking for a lot more. I'm looking for this upside target on MSTR of about 1370, which I think is pretty likely to hit. All right, so again, a few new trades for us members here today. Again, we've already pulled a nice amount of profits last week. We've already pulled profits this week. Closed our Tesla 185 calls and basically looking for a little bit of a bounce in these equity markets. But a few new trades for members today. We've closed a couple different positions. We've opened up a few new positions. And we'll see how she goes. But I do think that there's a nice potential bounce coming into crypto. I do have another trading space that I'm going to queue in just to give my voice a little bit of a break here since we've been on. I'm probably going to have to grab some lunch here in a quick minute, but still just waiting for MSTR to give us a bigger move. I'm still looking for more upside here. Bitcoin, I still think can retest 61K. Even hitting that EMA on the 5-minute chart, EMA 113 is sitting at 61.2. So let's see what happens here. How is Coinbase doing? Coinbase sitting at 210.65. BITX sitting at 33.14. There comes a bigger move in MicroStrategy. Come on. Give us more. We want more. Tesla's making a nice move higher itself. QQQ trying to put in a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders, but honestly, I still think that there might be one more flush, potentially. I'm not certain. Markets are certainly oversold in the semis, but there could be one more flush setting up because I have a downside target on the Qs of 474.53. That's downside target 1. Downside target 2, which I don't think we hit today or tomorrow, is 470.26. So 474.53 is still on watch for today on the Qs. Let's actually just flip the QQQ chart here. So we're come very close to this 474.53 target. You know, maybe we don't head any lower, but if the QQQ can break out here, a little inverse head and shoulders itself puts us back to roughly about 477 on the charts. Nice volume coming into MSTR here, guys. Maybe Bitcoin's going to make another move. Let's see. So again, the risk to reward, we could flush to here or we could push. So it's kind of 50. If you look at MSTR, go, guys. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Come on, keep going. I'm still holding. Again, guys, honestly, there's a good chance that even holding this trade overnight might not be a bad idea, just depending on where we close. But like MSTR, I'm looking for at least a move up to 1370. So we still got quite a ways away. Bitcoin trying to move here. Tesla's firming up, trying to recapture its prior day high. We need Tesla to do that. That would be lovely. Bitcoin's still trying to press here a little bit. QQQ seeing a minor touch of selling. Target for coin? Honestly, I don't have one. I didn't do much work on it, Sarfraz, but let me quickly see what I can come up with here. Just give me 1 second, Sarfraz. I know it's moving, but if Bitcoin hits 61.2, you're probably hitting 214.80, 214.70 on coin. Okay? But I could see coin over the next couple days if crypto kind of bottoms out here and tries to firm up. I could see coin retesting the 217.80 pivot. I don't think it'll do it today. I mean, it certainly has the capabilities of doing it. That would be an epic reversal, but you know, a day trade target, I think your 213.50 area is a good target. That's selling a little bit before that previous little gap down, breakdown bar. So I do think that's a decent area. MSTR still coming lower as the QQQ is bleeding here. So these, now you're seeing Google, Meta, Microsoft, Apple all breaking down. Amazon seeing selling, more selling in Bitcoin as well. Tesla's still trying to hold slightly firm, also seeing a touch of selling. MSTR looking to back test its little breakout zone. Coinbase still trying to firm up here. All right, let's see if MicroStrategy can push. BTC might be forming it's kind of a sloppy one, but on the 3-minute chart, there is an inverse head and shoulders on Bitcoin. Okay, so 3-minute chart of Bitcoin is shaping up for an inverse head and shoulders formation. And it hasn't triggered yet, so just keep that in mind. It has not triggered, but it is shaping up. And the upside target, if we break the neckline, let me just quickly calculate it, takes us to about 61,000. Tesla's still trying to push up. QQQ still trying to push up. Look at Tesla, guys. Look at what Tesla's gonna do today. How crazy would it be if Tesla hits 185 again today? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Guys, Tesla's gonna try going for 185 today. Here we go. Look at this. Deep in the money on MSTR, guys. Deep in the money nicely. Let's go. I'm still holding MSTR. I'm looking for target price of 1370 to trim half of my position. 1370 trims half of my position. Come on, Tesla. Keep pushing. Breakout here, Tesla. Give us that breakout. QQQ still struggling. NVDA selling. Apple selling. Amazon's trying to bottom here. Amazon's at an interesting area, approaching that prior day low in a bit of an oversold intraday condition. It could try to bounce itself too. Look at MSTR go, guys. Beautiful. That is beautiful. Sarfraz, you're in the green, man. We're in the green. Sarfraz in the green. Everyone should be in the green holding MSTR. Unless you didn't use correct DCAing methods and you went all in on the first level. This is why you always have some dry powder to DCA. And I was so tempted to fill my whole position at 1361 because I thought Bitcoin was extremely oversold already, but it just shows you things can slice through any levels. Come on, Tesla, break out and push for 185. All right, guys, QQQ is now catching momentum here. The Qs are now starting to catch momentum. We're still holding MSTR. What the heck is wrong with MSTR right now? There we go. That's it. There goes Tesla breaking the neckline. Look at MSTR go, guys. What a move. What a move. I haven't trimmed yet any of my MSTR. Nice job there, Sarfraz. Nice job, man. Yeah, I'm up about 2,500 on my MSTR. I still have 100 shares. 100 shares. Haven't trimmed. I'm not trimming yet. As the QQQ is trying to firm up here and testing a neckline breakout, you have the Dixie trying to fall. Bitcoin seeing a minor touch of selling, but I'm still holding my MSTR. I still want a little bit more, even though we did spike there. No breakout there on Tesla yet. They tried. The QQQ also tried. QQQ still trying, but getting slightly rejected there. Amazon continue to come down. 220, 60, 200 MA on the 4 hour might act as resistance. Yeah, it could for sure. For sure. But I mean, look at Bitcoin. It hasn't even broken out above that neckline yet. BTC, I think, is still shaping up here for a little bit of a leg higher, which is why I'm holding. You know, I've seen a nice move in MicroStrategy, but BTC is still trying to potentially test a breakout here. It needs to get above this neckline and then have a target of about 61K. And the Dixie is softening a touch, so let's see if Bitcoin wants to press a little lower here. Or sorry, press a little higher. Oil's got back above 82 a barrel. So oil's back above 82. Dixie softening slightly in the near term. Come on, Bitcoin. Here comes Bitcoin, guys. QQQ, still no breakout yet in the Qs, but Bitcoin's trying. Bitcoin is trying. Look at Coinbase Go. Trading at 212.50. Come on, MicroStrategy. Bitcoin, come on. Don't go down. A little bit of selling coming in. And this is the QQQ. This is the Q selling here. It's definitely the Q selling. Coinbase continuing to push and Bitcoin seeing another little buy program. See if BTC wants to break out here. And members, the newest call position that we just took, the alert that I sent out, if that gets in the money today, I'm looking to sell half and move stops to break even. Just like what we've been doing on this ticker over the last couple sessions. QQQ though looks like it wants to go lower. So the Qs are actually starting to, Sarfaraz is out. Nice profit there, Sarfaraz. I'm still holding. I'm still going to hold my MicroStrategy. But Sarfaraz is out of Coinbase. Nice profit there, Sarfaraz. Good job. 212.64 sell. You nailed almost the exact high there. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm still holding my full 100 shares long. Average sitting at 13.44 and change. I'm still looking for BTC to potentially test 61K, which honestly should give me a pretty sizable move to the upside in MicroStrategy. And I mean, that could push MicroStrategy to about 1390 if BTC hits where I think it could. Still very weak on the session, Bitcoin down 4.7, right? The NASDAQ is still down 1%. The SPY's down 0.14. You have Tesla being sold into here. So it does appear the Qs might want to be potentially trying to flush a little bit here and put in a new low. So there is a potential for that. Bitcoin seeing more sellers, NVDA, Tesla, Apple coming down. SOX is going for another new high of day, SOXS. Nat gas still strong, oil still holding above 82. Sarfo is saying BTC might see one more flush. Yeah, there's a potential, right? I could see 59 being tagged, 59K, but I think it's a good risk to reward setup here on the long side. Any reason why you think it's going to see one more flush there, Sarfraz? Do you have a setup pattern that you're looking at? Indicator? Support? What do you see? NVIDIA breaking down some more. Lowercase h pattern on the 10-minute chart points to lower price on the NVIDIA chart. That's a bit of an issue. So we are seeing MicroStrategy back testing a little bit here. Bitcoin surprisingly still holding steady. Again, one of the reasons MicroStrategy is selling off here is simply because the Qs and S&P are seeing some more selling. That's pretty much it. QQQ looks like it's going to be going down to that 474.50 target. I'm still holding my full MSTR position, did not sell. Probably should have taken some profits, but nevertheless, I did not. And now you can see there's actually, if I flip to the 5-minute chart, or even the 3-minute chart of MSTR, one could even argue that maybe there's a larger inverse forming here. Left shoulder, nice little double bottom, and this could be a right shoulder forming. That would make sense with the BTC. If BTC breaks this neckline, this would be a inverse head and shoulders formation, but it needs to start curling up soon. BTC selling off a touch here. BTC seeing a little bit of selling. Same thing with NVDA. NVDA breaking down. So that's what's causing this market to really struggle here. Bitcoin seeing more selling. All right, let's see if this MSTR wants to firm up and trigger a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. If we break out of this chart pattern here, look at the upside on MSTR, 1416. 1416. Paul's saying UPST looks like it's about to really break out. Do you know if there's a high short interest on it? Yeah, UPST does carry a high short interest. Let me see if I can find the number on it. Just give me 1 second. I'm seeing a 33% short float. 33%. Just want to find out when that date was. Oh, Fed Daily comments? True. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Sarfraz. Appreciate that. UPST. That's an old quote. Yeah, between 33, 34%, but I think it's gone down a touch. Let me just double check something. Yeah, you're right. UPST does look like it wants to squeeze here. Daily chart. The most accurate read I'm seeing is between 25 to 30% short float. But that was as of June 16th. I actually don't have a real-time short interest. Bitcoin selling pretty sharply here. So BTC is breaking down. Nice little exit on your position there, Sarfraz. I'm still holding my MSTR. And honestly, I might swing this overnight MSTR. Just the way things are shaping up here. So again, the market's really struggling here, breaking down. Bitcoin seeing more sellers. QQQ near the lows of the session. NVDA selling. Tesla getting hit. Google coming down. Meta coming down. So it does look like Sarfar's call was right. Bitcoin might make a little bit of new low. Anyone going long NVIDIA at 118? Yeah, that looks like an interesting spot for sure. Bitcoin still selling here. Bitcoin did make a new low there. So BTC making a new low. A little bit of relative strength in MicroStrategy here. Bitcoin making a new low, but MSTR holding steady. BTC seeing pretty sharp selling here. So let's see if they're trying to shake people out of these crypto positions. I'm going to hold. I think even if Bitcoin flushes to 59K, I might just even swing this position overnight. I think it is at a decent risk to reward zone here. So nice exit on your position there, Sarfraz. MSTR going lower, no longer in the money, but still looking to hold this one. Huge spike there in Bitcoin. Look at that shakeout, guys. Look at that spike in BTC. Oh my goodness. Huge reversal there in BTC. That could be the low pivot there. That could be a really strong low pivot in Bitcoin. Nice little 10-minute bottoming tail, as if the selling didn't happen there. So again, I'm still holding my MSTR, and now that type of reversal makes me think we are going to push here late into the session. We'll see what happens though. We're slightly green on MSTR, but I want more. It's sitting through this volatility and chop. It's 2:20. We still got time on the clock. BTC is still trying to move up here. Still looks like the Qs want to go a touch lower. NVIDIA is still selling. Tesla's seeing some sellers. Bitcoin back above 60K and looking to try to press a little bit more. Nat gas is absolutely ripping here. Nat gas looks to be going through a bit of a squeeze potential. Yep, you did say beautiful reversal in BTC. Yep. Still needs to get above though. It's still working itself through this little area. So it's not out of the woodwork yet. NVIDIA is still breaking down. QQQ coming to that 474.50 target. It could even hit 474.20. Look at Bitcoin and MicroStrategy trying to push here. So good to be long MicroStrategy and Bitcoin when Bitcoin's trying to make this reversal as the Qs are seeing more selling. Big spike on Bitcoin coming, guys. Here we go. Bitcoin's starting to break out here, guys. MSTR could actually push for this target today. 1417 target could come into play today on MSTR. So I'm still holding my full shares. I mean, that would be a huge reversal in crypto. I hope that happens. I really hope that happens here. That would be worth sitting through it. $73 times 100 shares. That would be a nice 7 Gs on the trade. Come on. So we have the potential inverse. Simultaneously, we do have a little bit of a bearish target that we need to be mindful of. Come on, MicroStrategy. Push up. Come on, MSTR. Let's see this thing squeeze. BTC. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Still seeing extreme selling in the semiconductors. Still seeing Bitcoin trying to break out and heading to 61K. MicroStrategy really hasn't even gotten going yet. Sorry for saying 117.20 will be a long idea on NVIDIA if we get there. Yeah, that could be a good trade. Nat gas spiking here now up 3.77. Quite a move in nat gas. So 2 minutes ago, Trump in talks to speak at a Bitcoin convention in July, as per Axios. So that was probably the reversal that we saw. So a little bit of bullish crypto news there. Nat gas continuing to push. Let's see if BTC, MicroStrategy, still no breakout yet, but still on watch for an inverse head and shoulders here. Again, if we break out, which it's looking like Bitcoin's trying to, we should see this chart really push here. And again, there is positive news on Trump speaking at a Bitcoin conference. And remember, Trump's ticker has been squeezing, so now you have to factor in that DJT ticker was squeezing on the news. Now he's going to look to pump the crypto stocks, so MicroStrategy and Coin and the likes can potentially see a fairly decent sized bid here. A fairly decent sized bid. NVDA is still selling off. QQQ still at the low of day. QQQ just cannot catch a bid. You've had now 60 minutes of consecutive selling in the Qs. Bitcoin's still trying to firm up here. MSTR, no official breakout there. BTC still trying to see some selling now. The Dixie's also softening. BTC's back testing this little neckline breakout. QQQ new low of day. NVIDIA's still selling. Google selling. Apple seeing a little bit of sellers now. Microsoft. All right, so the QQQ is trying to bounce here. Nice little reverse off the lows. They did hit that target that I had on watch. You can see this dotted line, exact target that I had. Whoa. That's quite extraordinary. Take a look at that target that we drew earlier in the stream. Pretty much the exact low. QQQ is trying to bounce now. Let's see if Bitcoin wants to participate, as well as crypto stocks. BTC still struggling a touch here as the Qs are trying to catch a bid. Really big bounce here in the QQQ. Paul saying ESTA is looking like it may be ready to break out. ESTA. I'm not familiar with that ticker. Let's take a peek. Yeah, that one's clearly breaking out. Nice bull flag above prior day high. A solid hourly close. Excuse me. Yeah, it's definitely sizing up here for a bit of a bid, bouncing off the daily 200 moving average. It's still in a hard downtrend on the session, but definitely trying to firm up here. Yeah, I could see it trying to retest over the next couple days, 45 bucks, but still a tough name. It's not out of its downtrend. Bitcoin backtesting that little neckline. So again, we either have a inverse head and shoulders forming, or you have a head and shoulders forming. You haven't broken out either way. As we approach the apex here on MSTR, again, I would favor the bull pattern because the markets have been bludgeoned. MicroStrategy has been bludgeoned. BTC is trying to firm up here. Heavy volume coming in for MicroStrategy. All right, come on, MicroStrategy. Gapping up here, showing that there is a lot of momentum behind this name. BTC still trying to push here. Tesla's trying to move up, still holding positive. QQQ down 1%, SPY down 0.1. Let's see what else is going down here. Yeah, that ESTA, Paul, that's moving up since you mentioned it. UPST's had a nice continuation since you mentioned it. Come on, MicroStrategy. It's so close to breaking out here, guys. I've been patient with this one, sitting through a lot of the chop. We should get rewarded for our patience. Qs are pushing up here. QQQ, nice impulse green candle there. Here comes potentially the next leg for MicroStrategy. Here comes Bitcoin. All right, guys, so final hour and 12 minutes here in the session. And we are seeing a pretty decent move come back off of the lows from the Qs. I'm still holding my MSTR. I believe that one's just about to get going here. Obviously, we're needing Bitcoin to press, but a nice little breakout on watch for MSTR. That should give us a move to roughly 14.13. That could do it today. I've seen it move in that fashion. So I'm holding for potentially a pretty decent trade here. We've been patient with this one. Liking LVGN in the $2 area. I'm just focusing on crypto right now and Tesla. MSTR still firming up here. Chris saying MLGO is a beast. What's MLGO doing? Is it shaking and moving? Oh my goodness, Chris. I think we all missed that one. Holy. 191%. Jeez. And honestly, it does look like it's probably going to try to fill that gap around 12. And then the daily 200 is sitting at 1474. So believe it or not, probably has more upside. But, geez, I can't chase it. I mean, you can get caught in a quick sell side move up 190%. But you're right, that one is a beast. All right, MicroStrategy pushing here, guys. We're nicely in the money here. Again, I'm still riding the full position, been patient. Can take a nice chunk here, but I'm looking for more. Bitcoin trading at 60,300. Tesla's pushing for that 185 zone, guys. All right, guys, so we're just seeing Bitcoin trying to make another move here. It's getting very, very close to, I think, triggering a bull flag breakout. So we should see an impulse move. That should spike MicroStrategy. You're seeing the Qs putting in some bullish consolidation as well. You know, they have moved up off of the lows. NVDA is still down 5. Microsoft down 0.36. SMCI down 8. SOX is down 2. Nat Gas is up 3.42. ARM's down by about 4.68. Regional banks super, super strong. Super strong. The Russell 2000 as well, holding up 0.9%. So crazy 1.8% divergence between the QQQ and the Russell 2000. So clearly, small cap have been a major beneficiary of this performance. Look at MSTR go, guys. Just been patient with this one, and it's got more. I have not trimmed yet, even though this is target 1. I'm still holding full position as we're going through a bit of a squeeze here. Yep, thanks, Paul. Yeah, MSTR, we're banking on that one. That one's got more upside. I'm still not trimming, and I honestly might swing MSTR overnight. I'm debating. Again, this is technically the first zone to pull some profits off of. But Bitcoin hasn't even started to move here. It's still at 60,300. This is just an equity market bounce. A really sizable bounce. And there's still an upside target of BTC about 61K that we're waiting on. You know, the QQQ is absolutely squeezing here. MicroStrategy should keep pushing as well. There goes Bitcoin. So now we're going to see MicroStrategy really move here. Minor resistance at the 1382 zone. That's your EMA 113, which we are approaching. Still down 7% MSTR, so it can rally. It has a notorious tendency to make really sharp reversals after bearish price action. Look at the QQQ go. I mean, wow. Look at this freight train, guys. Look at that move. Boom. QQQ pushing still under pre-market low, which is bearish, but nevertheless, It is looking firm. BTC still trying to move higher here, running into a little bit of near-term selling. Guys, I just sold a third of my BTC or my MSTR there, a third of it. I'm still holding the majority. I took profits, 2.65% gain, $35 a share. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, Bitcoin. Keep going. Keep going. Look at MSTR spiking, guys. That's a nice spike there. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. MSTR still squeezing here, guys. We're up nicely. Still looking for more. Tesla's starting to push itself. Look at MSTR go. Squeezing, squeezing, squeezing. Guys, I just trimmed a little bit more on MSTR, and I'm going to move stop to break even. All right, I just trimmed another third. Move stop to break even. Nice trading. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Yeah, you can thank Paul for that. He mentioned UPST. Yeah, it's been a nice mover. It's been a really nice mover. So we're just seeing Bitcoin take a nice little decline, which is why we trimmed up there. Back testing. Still seeing Tesla moving up nicely here. Same thing with Meta off of the lows. Microsoft, Apple kind of struggling. Again, so QQQ now at a spot where they could actually fall and back test 475, but still technically over a lot of oversold conditions in some big names. So what's interesting is you look at the financials chart, right? Everyone's asking why financials are so strong today. There's no reason. I mean, interest rates are muted today. You have the 30-year, 20-year, 10-year all down. You had some dovish Fed comments. So a lot of the times when capital rotates out of the overbought tech market, which is what it's been doing today, it likes to find a new home. Financials obviously were a place to be in. It was just a technical rally, I think, that occurred that needed to backtest this trend line. There's still a very, very large resistance at play on the XLF, and you can see it through this little trend line, which goes all the way back down to your COVID low, through this area, through your impulse breakdown bar, and now that's what we're actually tagging today. So I think that there's still a very, very strong chance that yields are going to have to move up because oil's been moving up, nat gas has been moving up. I think copper is in the near term probably going to move up. So you're going to have a lot of inflationary pressures, I think, driving a new narrative in the market over the coming weeks. And yields are going to have to be reactive. And that's the thing, right? Commodities always move first, yields move second. So I think financials are a little bit due here. There's still a head and shoulders formation that could be on watch for a trigger here. If you get a big breakdown in financials here, I mean, pretty big down move from the neckline. We're talking a move back down to 38 bucks. Thanks, Sarfraz. Mic check. I was just eating, so I forgot I was muted. But I guess you didn't probably hear me regarding Shop, but Shopify, yeah. It's had a nice move up off of the lows here, still in a downtrend on the session, struggling down 1.25%, but Shop's at an interesting level because it keeps being defended at this high pivot. So as long as you stay inside this gap window, I think the longs are favored. But if you get another daily close back below there, then I don't like the chart because you could actually flush right back down to that upsloping trend line that you previously tested. So, I think you can long it here, but if you get any sort of a daily close back inside of here, then you need to exit because it does run the risk of a move down to about 59. And I have a really big confluence zone here at 59 bucks that I would enter on a swing trade basis. Again, financials moving down. All right, so the QQQ starting to see some more sellers. Bitcoin back at 60K.
Back.
Oh God.
Well, he said that like years ago.
Final 35 minutes of trading here, guys. I'm just queuing in a little bit of a commentary space from other traders just to give myself a little bit of a break as I scan through, presenting for new opportunities. Again, we closed MSTR. Today was stellar. I mean, if you're part of the live day trade room, please hit that like button. Please subscribe because today we crushed it. All free, live here. We've pretty much held your hand. I did a little bit of an extended session today because I know I've been away on the island property. And I do have a few more days that I have to spend there, but nevertheless, good to be back in the swing of things. Still been providing members up-to-dates. Last week we crushed it, even though I wasn't here in the live day trade room. It was a stellar session. So they are trying to pick the Qs up here into the close. They are seeing, QQQ is seeing some buying pressure. Does anyone know if there's a an ETF, a regional bank ETF that shorts the KRE? I can't really see anything. I know I can take some puts, but are there any ETFs where you can just buy commons? I know I can short KRE, but I see there's DPST, which is the bull ETF, but I don't really see any bear ETFs, regional bank. I know the XLF has FAZ. DPST is the bull. SKRE is the bull. Daily times 2. I guess SKRE is times 2. Maybe that would work. I guess the SKRE is the inverse. Yeah, thanks, Briston. SKRE. TC from last week. It's been a great day. Thanks, Laura. Beautiful. TC, Ram Singh, from last week's, I see an inverse relationship between NVDA and C3AI. Any comments? I haven't made that observation, so let's take a look. So obviously NVIDIA has been under pressure, and you seeing an inverse relationship. Potentially. I mean, you know, NVIDIA's had 3 daily chart sells. AI's had 2. Only 1 reversal there. That other day was actually a negative day. So perhaps there is, but again, I mean, I'm not too sure if we can make anything out of it. I'll pull it up here. Let's look. AI. So if we look at the daily chart, Ram, I'm going to pull up both charts here beside each other so we can see any split screen correlations. Let's just remove everything on NVIDIA's chart. But look at AI go. AI is kind of squeezing here into the close. So, I mean, realistically, I'm not really seeing any correlation per se. But, I mean, this could just be one of those smaller cap names that are seeing rotation because it's a little less. It's not really overbought. It's a tough one. I mean, I don't really have any comments on it other than today. Obviously, you're seeing it move up and NVIDIA down. But I can't really comment on it other than that. Sorry, I couldn't give you any further insights. There might be something there. Just watch it over the next few days. Here comes the Qs. Seeing a little bit more downward pressure. NVIDIA's got that look like they're going to try to pump it into the close. I don't know. Bart asking, any thoughts on nat gas? Yeah, I think it's just rotation that you're observing, Ram. But I mean, it's a good observation. It's certainly a name that can press. You know, that chart isn't horrific. Does have some potential power behind it. Yeah, I've considered pulling a short on nat gas here, but I want to see it try to. I'll pull up the nat gas chart. Just give me a sec. So for me, if nat gas pushes into this trend line and pierces it, so call it maybe 298, 299, I'd maybe consider a short. And then the stop loss would be any close above this red bar high. So I'd consider a short on it. Let's see where we're on the 7. So you've recaptured the 7-day. Somewhat positive. So we have the final 27 minutes. Russell 2000's at a big spot here. This previous little resistance. Same thing with KRE. Look at that little trend line. Pivot lows, pivot low, right through that gap. Very interesting, I must tell you. KRE is very interesting. Financials are precarious. I don't believe financials are in a healthy place. I certainly do not believe that. Alright, so into the close, QQQ could be setting up a head and shoulders formation here. Jeez, look at XOM. It's just a monster. I wish I still had those 112 calls. They would have probably maybe doubled or tripled. I mean, at least we have a nice position on common shares. NVIDIA is trying to break out here, guys. So NVIDIA is saving the Qs right now. And the Qs are trying to set up a mini little breakout. Which way are the Qs going to break? Up or down? Skydiver, welcome. New to the chat. Saying, is NVIDIA good long here? Looks really oversold. I want to take a long position in NVIDIA for long-term portfolio. Oof. Yikes. Yikes. For a long-term portfolio position? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Absolutely not. You know, you're oversold intraday. But the better level for a long-term position, I mean, you could probably get a bounce. Like, honestly, do I expect NVIDIA to fall tomorrow? Odds are it probably ekes out a gain tomorrow. But let me just erase some of these trend lines, our day trading levels. I'll clear up this chart. Just give me a second and I can discuss it. Look at the sell side pressure in the Qs there. Nice sell side pressure breaking down. So again, if we look at NVIDIA, it's obviously had a nice 3-bar surge, and I do think it can bounce. I think what we're about to see in NVIDIA is a small bounce, creates a right shoulder, and then a retest lower of this 110 at minimum. I like this upsloping trend line. Remember, I think what we're going through is very similar to what we did here, where I've discussed this with my members pretty regularly, but NVIDIA's low pivot here from November of 2023 to this high pivot was a 57-point move, an extraordinary rally. And then what happened after that rally was roughly a 22% correction. Okay? So if we go through some sort of a similar nature, and you can see that I have this very, very similar chart setup where this 57.29 move, NVIDIA pretty much just completed that in half the time frame, and it actually had a little bit of a blow off top. So very naturally, if price action repeats, you know, in the same manner, which you often see in stocks, because it's often the same people trading it, the same human emotion, same psychology. If we go through a 22% correction like we did here, that puts NVIDIA to about 108. I'd look there for a long-term buy. I mean, if you're wanting to get a little bit more aggressive, I'd buy around this 110 trend line. It's an upsloping trend line, so just mark that on your chart. But I'd wait a little bit more. I mean, you're just back testing the 20-day moving average. You know, so I still think that even the 50-day could eventually be hit. Notice during this consolidation period, you actually came down sharply into the 20-day, bounced, had a bit of a double top. So that's why I say I do think there's an opportunity where it bounces here, but I don't think it's the long-term portfolio buy. Now, again, it's a pullback nonetheless, so if it's a long-term portfolio, you can buy here. That makes a lot of sense, but stick with the trade for 5 years, right? Often people buy and then if they see it sell off a little bit lower, they sell, right? So I think that it will go a little bit lower. You'll probably get another opportunity to buy for the long term, but yeah, I would just be careful with this name. Just be cautious. Just be cautious. But definitely it can get a pretty big bounce here nonetheless. So I do think tomorrow it probably has a good chance of at least trying to open up green. Skydiver will buy it. Yeah, it is the leader. Motivation Healing saying for some reason I feel Mondays are the new Fridays. Well, I mean, this has been pretty bearish Monday. Usually you actually see most often Fridays there's rallies. Reason being Fridays often end in a rally is for a couple reasons. You have a huge historical correlation where institutions short the VIX, so they sell volatility, which helps put upward pressure on stocks. And then second reason, holding shorts over the weekend can be expensive. A lot of traders, investors don't want to hold short positions. So what do? They look to cover, which creates a little bit of a squeeze. So but Fridays are typically bullish price action, not bearish. BTC below 60K again, so not a healthy sign. XOM continuing to push up 3.29%. What a monster. My, oh my, what a monster. Qs are starting to come down a bit more. But nonetheless, I do expect NVDA to get a bounce off of this area. But whether or not it's going to be a bounce to new all-time highs, I'm doubtful. So again, the QQQ broke the head and shoulders to the downside. Target of this pattern is 474.89. Now keep in mind, we've been putting in lower lows, lower highs pretty much all day long. So it's been a clear downtrend. We did hit my downside measured move on the session, but keep in mind there's also another bear target on watch. So again, if we look at even, I'll pull up the NDX chart here. So a nice 3-bar surge on the NDX here. You can see the NASDAQ NDX has broken a pretty key trend line. This trend line break is not pretty. Now there's always a chance that we retest higher before we go lower, but this downside break should take the NASDAQ NDX down to about 19.3. See small caps here. NVIDIA is really selling into the close, so is Tesla, Bitcoin. Everything's getting hit in the close here. Everything is getting hit. Let's look at the SMH here. Looks like they want to push for the gap fill in the SMH. Look at that. That's probably a big bounce area. And again, that's why NVIDIA is looking to go a little bit lower here. They do want that gap fill. Gap fill in your 20 MA, that's a bounce spot on the markets. They're probably going to try to flush this, guys. Just be careful. They may try to flush this into the close. Things are looking quite heavy on the Qs here. They're going for a nice little gap here. If we look at the SOXX, they are really flushing this. And the SOXX is actually into its little gap zone right now. But we got to wait for the SMH. They want the SMH there because that's NVIDIA. Bitcoin breaking down some more. Pretty big sell-off there in the QQQ. What would NVIDIA's valuation be at 200? It's almost a double. We're not seeing 200 in NVIDIA for a while. 200 would be almost an 80% upside move. So 2.9 trillion. So it would be about a $5.22 trillion valuation. We ain't seen that for years. Look how long it's taken Apple and Microsoft, and Apple's doing 7 times the revenue as NVIDIA. Microsoft's doing 4.5 times the revenue of NVIDIA. So for NVIDIA to get to 200, Skydiver, that is a long-term hold. We're talking 5+ years. And it needs to maintain a very, very strong growth rate. A very strong growth rate. So like in order to justify NVIDIA's valuation, it needs to hit 1 trillion in sales by 2034. Basically from 2026 to 2034, NVIDIA needs to grow its revenue by 22%. And that gets more and more difficult the larger it gets. Alright, they're going to flush this market, guys. They're flushing it. Volume's getting immense. We got 7 minutes left in the session. And they're going to knife this market. Getting heavy here. Volume's getting heavy. SMH is coming into that gap. Guys, I'm going to get into a day trade at the closing minute, the final minute. If they flush this, I'm going to buy some SOXL and swing it as a day trade, okay? Yeah, you better be careful, Skydiver, with price targets from analysts. Analysts work for Wall Street. Wall Street analysts only get paid by being bullish. And just understand, the time frame. The time frame. You're not seeing 200 next week. You're not seeing 200 next year. If you see 200, NVIDIA is a $5.2 trillion company. That's insane. That's like years and years and years out. They're dumping Amazon here into the close. QQQ is going to be going lower. Again, guys, I'm looking for an entry on SOXL in the final minute or so. Again, I'm looking for an entry. Just going to be some small size just to give me some long exposure heading into tomorrow. Bitcoin did hit 59.3. That was the downside target that I had on the session. 59.3. Skydiver, you're not going to hit, NVIDIA's not hitting 200 next month. Okay, you got to understand its valuation. Right now, as of today, is sitting at a 2.91 trillion market cap. You're wanting it to almost double in price in a month? Where the hell is it going to get 2.1 trillion worth of revenue? So it all has to happen in time frames. You just got to be careful with your analysis and who you're listening to, but NVIDIA is not hitting 200 next month. If an analyst said that, delete them. Delete them. Never watch their videos again. That's absurd. The only way NVIDIA would do that is if they cured cancer. And even still, I mean, that's crazy. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe NVIDIA does hit 200 next month. I'm not putting that forecast out. That's not me. I would take the opposite side of that bet. If that analyst made a bet with me, I would take that bet 10 times out of 10. Maybe in 5 years or so, it could. Alright guys, I just went long SOXL here, 53.17, 53.17, and I'm going to swing this overnight. It's a high risk. Again, this is a 1/4 entry. If we gap down tomorrow, I will add to the position basically every 50 cents. So this is a little bit of a swing trade long overnight, just as per the live day trade room, but recognizing it's the first entry, 1/4. Okay, so 53.17 long SOXL, and I'm going to hold that overnight, and I'll basically add to it at 52. We'll go 52.30. And 51.60. Okay, other than that, it's been a slice. Great job today trading. I think we went, I have to review my notes, 7 of 7 here in the live day trade room. So please hit that like button. I know all of you caught a whole bunch of trades. MicroStrategy a couple times. We hit NVIDIA. We hit the SOX. We pretty much hit everything. Tesla. It was a great day. It was a nice session today. On that note, thank you all, members. I will have a video to share with you a little bit later as we took, what was it, 3 new positions today. Let me just check my things. So there's lots to discuss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new positions today, members. So we have 5 new positions to discuss in the members daily analysis video. So there's going to be a lot. I will probably have that out to you a little bit later, but nice job if you're able to make some profit there. No problem, guys. All right, wonderful trading. Again, everybody, if you hear an analyst saying $200 price target on NVIDIA next month, please shoot them their name so I can follow them and pretty much short all their trade ideas, because that is just never going to happen. So don't worry, Skydiver. You have a lot to learn, it seems, but stick with the channel, ask questions. There's a whole host of members in here and subscribers that are very knowledgeable. They put out great opportunities and trades, and I think all of them in here would agree that NVIDIA is not hitting 200 next month. So please do not position yourself for NVIDIA 200, because that's not going to happen anytime soon. On that note, thank you all, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Cheers, guys.